silda una ciudad. Unggan magahit isaklan Giningwang sa ipanlutasan Kinilan Unggan magahit isaklan Salas silda una ciudad. Unggan magahit isaklan Giningwang sa ipanlutasan Kinilan Unggan magahit isaklan Sana silda una ciudad. Sana silda una ciudad. Sana silda una ciudad. Ciudad. Sa dynasty Pilipinas Saklan sa mundo.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Ya uli di sombran saltan mak Ezu ita saluda antes de hum niga Radzaudan malak esfrezas Durante todo el memu a no distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi la noche nai banderata caigui pues atan fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man Tamiti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya Toru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba isla sen Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba isla sen
Good morning, Guam. 6:13 on this Thursday, aka Friday Eve, and like I love to say it, Friday dinner. Good morning, guys, and welcome to the show. It's The Link, being brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. Another day, another show with so much awesome guests lined up here. Welcome and good morning, Facebook, and good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, Andy, how you doing?
Good morning. Doing all right, guys. We're nearing the weekend, and our Vic and my first week back on the radio. Still kind of shaking off some of the rust. But we got it, man. We got to go. Team's got it going on.
Yes, we do. And also having it going on are our viewers and our listeners. I want to say hello to my brother, Patrick. He's in Las Vegas. He's actually giving a shout out to Brown Sugar Tea. Good afternoon, because it's afternoon there in Vegas. Brown Sugar, be safe, as well as the fam. She's also giving you a shout out, Vic.
Oh, hey, thank you.
Yeah, Vic got a shout out from from Brown Sugar Tea. Good morning, Vic. Good morning from Arizona, where one of our guests yesterday, Vince Reyes from Inanungipago, Anthony Ashbeck is saying hello. Hello, Anthony. We appreciate you, man. Can we get some emoji of some cacti? I'm partial to coconut trees and everything like that, but I like cactuses too. Cacti, cacti.
Jason,
okay.
Since we're talking about the comments, I want to know where we ended up with the sweet spaghetti debate yesterday.
Oh.
There you go.
Do we have a final on that?
The majority thumbs down. So once again, more sweet spaghetti for Joser and me.
Enjoy.
Okay, Andy's got a shout out too from Brown Sugar Tea. So Andy, you are getting love all the way from Long Beach, home of Snoop Dogg, home of a movie that I know you're very, very familiar with because you're a car guy. Gone in 60 Seconds.
Yeah.
So Brown Sugar Tea says, OMG, hello Andy. We're getting half a day good mornings from Vancouver, Washington, all the way. You know, Vancouver, Washington is actually pretty much a stone's throw away from Vancouver, Canada. They're that close to the border. And you guys also know what's near Vancouver, Washington?
We lived up in that area.
Yeah, Vancouver, Washington is actually very close to the world headquarters of Nintendo.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I passed by there when I was in Washington. It's super cool. It's everything you would think it would be. It's okay. There's Lorianne Castro says, "Here's the cactus." Good morning. Thank you so much for that.
There you go, Jace. You got your cactus.
Cactus. Okay, I got my aloe. My hands, which I wash like 90 times a day, are going to be taken care of.
Like 100, bro.
Okay, and as you guys saw from our DJ Joser cam, it's 16 minutes after 6, and it is very, very dark outside, you guys. So if you're driving to work, please be careful because it is very dark. Okay, Bree's brother, Pat. Good morning, Pat. What's up, Prim? Saying, guys, on sweet spaghetti, spaghetti is not a dessert.
Yeah.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you very much. You're a smart man. Runs in the family, I guess.
Did you read Tiraco Pete Mantanonia's shout out?
No, yeah. Oh, yeah. So we've got love from down south.
Good morning from Malolo.
Solo Malolo.
Yeah, good morning. Okay, Vince Gentry is saying Hafade Toro Samzu, Ginin, Washington State. Vince, which part of Washington are you from? Because I went through Rent, I was in Redmond, I was in Bellevue, and one of the most amazing parts of my trip to Washington, I saw Google, I saw Microsoft, I saw like all these amazing places. Going to Jimi Hendrix's grave in Seattle. I mean, I'm a somewhat spiritual guy, but you went there, and his gravesite is very nondescript. It's just like, this grave marker just like in the ground, and it's got like his left-handed strat on it.
I lived in Washington when I was a kid, Jason, and when I think of Washington, I think of the beautiful scenery, the mountains, the rocky beaches, the trails to hike, and you think Google and Microsoft. That kind of tells you a little bit about both of us.
Yeah, well when I was actually trying to apply there, they were like, "Oh, there's wonderful things to do here." I was like, I'm not going to do any of those things. I'm going to sit down, I'm going to write code. And clearly that worked out. Okay. Patricia, another Pat says good morning. Patricia Anatali, Manana Sizulis from Kenyatta Barrigada. Hello, Barrigada.
Good morning.
Also, Ipan Talafofo is checking in where Chris Barnett is probably just waking up right now and probably making his kids a wonderful breakfast because Chris is awesome like that. Buenas from Ipan from Lina Taidigui.
Nice. So we've got a big show today. We are going to kick it off with Dominic Manabusan from St. Anthony's School. They are having a drive-through toy drive in Tamuning today. We also have Senator Therese Terlahi and Senator Tello Taijeron. They'll be joining us in the Zoom room. They've teamed up and they've introduced Bill 430, which prioritizes access to justice for victims and fairness for the medical community. This legislation, it would replace the decades-old Medical Malpractice Mandatory Arbitration Act. So we'll chat it up with them about that bill and also, what's about to go down tonight during session. We also have scheduled Captain Anthony Ramos. He is with the United States Marine Corps. He's a communications strategy and operations officer.
Simplify!
And they just concluded the Toys for Tots program. We'll also have Rear Admiral John Manoni from Joint Region Marianas. We're going to catch up with him to
we got a lot of officers on the show today.
Yeah, we do. I tried to get the commander of the Camp Loss, but he is on leave, and so we're hoping to get him on next month. Also, today we'll have Melanie Manjola. She is the administrator for the Guam Economic Development Authority. And then the Laddie Tones, they are hosting a concert, a virtual concert. I believe it's tomorrow. So we're going to hear from Doc Randall Johnson.
And we have their, Andy knows Doc, right? Randy Johnson over at UOG.
Yeah, I actually took a course way back in the day.
And when Doc hits those bass tones that he can do, I mean, he's like, oh yeah, it's very happy to be here, and I would like to do things with you and sing for your audience. Then he goes like way low. It's like, okay, like good thing we got Vic on the boards and he experienced because our woofers.
I'll do my best.
Would be tested.
I don't think we can tweak that much. But
Aha! And you know what, you guys? I'm not crazy. Andy, in your face, buddy, because Tarako Pete Matanonia says about Seattle and Washington, Amazon, Starbucks, multiple exclamation points. So see, it's not just me. I'm not crazy. Thank you, Tarako. Andy likes hiking. I like, industry and nerds.
We all have our different things that we're into.
Yeah. And also we're going to go live to Ukudu High School where today...
Today's a big day.
It is the big day. Public Health is going to be out there distributing the vaccine. So Adriana Catero will be there. And so we'll get to see firsthand what's happening and maybe even the first person on Guam to receive the vaccine.
I wonder who that's going to be because, I mean, even the administration even said when the governor came on yesterday, she goes, it's going out to the most needy people who are considered frontliners. So that would be like the doctors and the the nurses.
Yeah, there's the plan,
you know?
the distribution plan. So it's in 3 different phases. And so healthcare workers are the first in line.
Have they indicated who the first person is?
I haven't heard who it is, but I would assume it would be a healthcare worker.
And it's strictly voluntary. And, like in all markets, if you guys watch, NBC News or, anything like that, you always see they say, I believe it was in Kalamazoo, Michigan, the scientist that actually developed, in no small part, the actual, the Pfizer vaccine, he was the first person to receive it at Pfizer. And he goes, he was a scientist behind it. So I wonder who it's going to be here.
it's gonna be historic too, like having to take the first vaccine on Guam.
Yeah.
Joining, the millions around the world who are just taking it.
I wonder if it's somebody we've interviewed before. Serious, man.
Not sure, but
cool.
I guess we'll find out, right? 7:30, I think, is the time that she there's a press conference over at Ukudu High School, and so Adriana will join us live at that time. But in the meantime, let's get into the news. As Jason just said, today is the big day for public health as it begins giving vaccinations to healthcare workers. And Peter Santos joins us in studio. Over at Ukudu High School.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. The vaccines are here and public health is ready to get started on the first round of immunizations for healthcare professionals today at Ukudu High School. Set to start at 8 this morning, Public Health Director Art St. Augustine gave a breakdown of how things will be set up.
With the 5 stations, we have our check-in, processing, triage, vaccination, and post-op.
The 5 stations are set to determine eligibility, fill the necessary paperwork, a medical assessment to ensure the candidate is suitable for the vaccine, the actual vaccination, as well as an observation period of 15 to 30 minutes on site to see if there are any adverse reactions. According to Public Health's Dr. Tom Nadeau, the vaccines will be distributed over a 3-day period.
facility will begin operation promptly at 8 a.m. Until 3 p.m. Then we'll continue the operation on Friday and Saturday, but we'll start an hour later, about 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. After each day, our team will review any challenges that may have occurred to ensure we correct or adjust them.
As with any vaccine, the reporting of adverse effects is critical, and Public Health's Annette Uggan says all vaccine providers are required to consistently report any possible adverse effects.
There is a national vaccine adverse event reporting system that our providers, as well as the immunization program, must report to if there's any type of side effects, and that is tracked at the national level. And so there's documentation that is submitted.
Governor Leon Guerrero stressed that just because the vaccines are on Guam, the fight against COVID does not stop.
We still need to continue on with our public health preventive measures, and that is wearing your mask, social distancing, washing your hands, and adhering and complying to these directives.
The Department of Public Health has ordered 7,800 additional doses of the Pfizer vaccine, as well as 3,800 of the Moderna vaccine, which is still currently awaiting FDA approval. Governor Leon Guerrero calls it a small dosage of hope. The first COVID-19 vaccination injections are happening this morning, but this may not be necessary treatment for everyone. Public Health's Annette Uggan informs those who should not take the vaccine and the potential adverse reactions.
Does the risk outweigh the benefit? Because again, it's all about vaccine safety.
Public Health's Annette Uggan says Gov Guam will ensure safety by always screening prior to injection.
The screening questionnaire will ask, do you have any allergies in the vaccine component? And so we will have that information available so that as we're screening you, so if you have any allergies to a component of the vaccine, then you should not be getting the vaccine.
Similar to any vaccine, there are side effects to be aware of, explains Uggan.
For any type of reaction, any vaccine, you're looking at the local systemic pain in the injection site, some swelling or redness in your injection site. You may have the possibility of a fever. Then the concern we're having with this vaccine that we've heard, people are complaining about headache or a migraine headache. They feel tired for a day or two afterwards.
According to Uggan, after receiving the first dose, any individual who reports side effects will require further medical guidance and clearance before receiving dose number 2.
Every individual is different. Their response will be different. And so that's why we definitely want to observe an individual, for a minimum of 15 minutes. Someone may want to stay longer, but we want to make sure that you are okay after you get this first dose. And again, educating them that you may have some type of side effect in 1 to 2 days.
If an individual is symptomatic, they will not be administered a vaccine and are asked to home quarantine.
Also, it's recommended anyone who's had COVID disease within the last 90 days to please afford these limited doses to your colleagues in the front line who do not have antibodies, to afford them the opportunity.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6.
Tara will be joining us live here on the link from Ukudu High School as Public Health begins vaccine distribution. Again, the first dose is scheduled to be administered around 8 o'clock this morning, but we understand that there may be a press conference at 7:30. Meanwhile, more hospitals around the country are delivering Pfizer COVID-19 shots to their frontline workers as cases of the virus rise across the country. And a panel of experts is expected to vote to recommend the vaccine developed by Moderna any day now, with the FDA's green light expected soon after. David Bernard reports from Sacramento, California.
An emergency room doctor here at UC Davis Medical Center in Sacramento recorded this video of the emergency room on his iPhone, and he shared it with us to show what was described as a tremendous surge of coronavirus patients.
The pandemic has never been worse here.
Dr. Nate Cooperman runs the ER here, and yesterday,
I've never been so excited to get an immunization in my life.
he was one of the first 300 frontline workers to receive that Pfizer vaccine.
With this immunization, I now know that I will not die from this disease.
CBS News had exclusive access when 4,875 doses arrived in one box Tuesday morning, 3 hours ahead of schedule, thanks to the FedEx delivery man who said he was just
doing my part.
And because of that, the wheels were in motion.
As soon as they came off the truck, first stop is the pharmacy to start opening the box.
Pharmacy Supply Chain Manager Aaron St. Angelo took the lead.
This moment is about to happen.
Once the box was open, she immediately placed the vials into this ultra-cold freezer. As Aaron's putting it in, it's negative 79 degrees Celsius in the freezer.
Mission accomplished.
The next step, take out 100 vials, label them, and give them 30 minutes to thaw out. And then it was time to transport them to the vaccine room using a mobile refrigerator. As they moved through the hospital, one man was pumping his fist in the air.
Finally, we're able to give them more or less absolute prevention given the efficacy of this vaccine.
Once those first 100 vials, which had 500 doses inside, arrived in the vaccination room, they were allowed to continue thawing out while the call went out to Eva Teniola. She was the nurse who would be the first UC Davis Health employee to get the vaccine.
I am so super ready.
As her husband drove her the 18 minutes to the hospital, the vaccine had thawed. It was then mixed with saline solution and given to Teniola right after she arrived.
Yes, this thought.
That signaled the first of thousands more to come.
You can sense the excitement from these frontline workers, can't you? Pfizer's vaccine is being given now. Moderna is up next. They could get approval as early as Friday, and Moderna's vaccine could be given to frontline workers as soon as next week. David Begno, CBS News at the University of California Medical Center here in Sacramento, California.
For the latest numbers, according to the Joint Information Center, 19 out of 319 test samples from various labs tested positive for COVID. Of the new cases, 2 were identified through contact tracing. 3 reported recent travel history and were in quarantine. This brings the total amount of officially reported cases of coronavirus on Guam to 7,168, with 536 active cases and more than 6,500 recoveries. 28 people are currently hospitalized with the virus, with 9 under ICU level of care and 5 on ventilators. Guam's COVID area risk score, the CAR score, is 1.6. The Guam Department of Labor is feeling the holiday rush, trying to make good on a directive by the governor to catch up on PUA payments in time for Christmas. Tyler Metzanani reports.
The governor several weeks ago gave me instructions that she would love to see us pump out as much money from the Lost Wage Act and from the PUA for the holidays.
According to Labor Director David De La Sola, his staff has been working around the clock to ensure a batch will go out on Thursday. Although GDOL was behind 2.5 months as a result of fraud issues, come tomorrow, they should be nearly caught up.
Everything looks well as far as the countermeasures. I just got off the phone with programmers. Everything looks good. We got the go-ahead for batching tonight, and we plan, if everything goes well, to batch all the way to December 9th, including December 9th.
And while GDOL focuses on making a major payout on Thursday, the director is also reaching out to those who haven't received any payments since standing up the PUA program.
We have been concentrating on not only fixing claims, but trying to get to those people who have not got any initial payments. That was something that whenever that was flagged to us in our hotlines or at the library, they got special attention, they got handled, and we've been cranking through them as much as possible. We're doing a call out to all those who have not received 1 single cent and who have filed, and we want to make a special call out to them and tell them to please send an email to pua.hotline@dol.guam.gov.
It's important to address the subject line as urgent initial claim payment request. Again, the email address is pua.hotline@dol.guam.gov. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Ty.
Slowing and so many people still out of work, congressional leaders have been under increasing pressure from lawmakers from the Fed to approve another round of checks. The deal will likely also include a renewal of federal unemployment insurance, another round of loans and grants for small businesses, rental assistance and food assistance for struggling families, and money for testing, tracing, and vaccine distribution. At around 8:34 last night, units from the Guam Fire Department responded to a car crash with serious injuries along Route 8 in Barragata near SK Laundry and Subway. The male driver was the sole occupant of the vehicle. CPR was being conducted at the scene and en route to the hospital. According to GFD spokesperson Kevin Riley, the patient was transported to Naval Hospital by medics with ALS personnel on board. No other information was provided from the Guam Police Department. Jury selection underway in Natasha Peters' Superior Court child abuse case. Natasha and her husband, Dwayne Richard Peters, were arrested and indicted back in February for multiple charges related to criminal sexual conduct. According to KUAM archives, court documents state Natasha admitted that she and her husband included the female victim known to them, who was under the age of 14, in sexual intercourse, and Dwayne allegedly had sex with them both. A female victim came forward alleging the couple sexually abused her since March 2012 when she was about 11 and continued until January 2019. Natasha and Dwayne's cases have since been severed due to COVID-19. Jury selection is occurring at the Academy of Our Lady of Guam. Drug defendant Vicky Lynn Tarragallo's change of plea hearing was sealed in the Superior Court. Judge Anita Scola's courtroom yesterday. As reported, she was set to take the change of plea virtually from Saipan, as she is currently released to the U.S. Probation Office in the CNMI. Additionally, Tarragallo has been named as former Jotnya Mayor Jesse Bloss's prior girlfriend in his federal case. In his case, she went into cooperation with the government. Bloss has since pled guilty to extortion charges and is expected to be sentenced in January. Lawmakers return to session tonight, during which they are scheduled to vote on 20 bills to include the RISE Act, proposing financial assistance to island residents struggling during the pandemic. However, GovGuam and federal employees are not eligible for the payments. Also up for a vote, legislation to provide funding to GVB and public health, as well as Bill 373 that would delay implementation on the ban for non-biodegradable plastic bags to December 31st of next year, and set July 21st, 2021 for the ban on carry-out paper bags. Permitted eating and drinking establishments will be exempt from the paper bag ban. The lawmakers are also scheduled to discuss Bill 368 related to cigarette tax stamps. Senators are scheduled to vote at 7 p.m. And finally, just another reminder that Harvest Baptist Church invites the community to their campus for a special Festival of Lights event, the Christmas Experience, starting tomorrow through the 20th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. each evening. They will be presenting a drive-through Christmas experience that will be set during the time of the birth of Christ. Roman centurions will be lining the campus as you drive through the sights and sounds of Bethlehem leading up to their living nativity. Again, the Festival of Lights drive-through launches tomorrow evening. And we are going to head to St. Anthony's Catholic School, but first we're going to go to a break.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and its community partners, McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, and the Guam Museum want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, the Guam Museum, and KUAM Communications. Breaking news! This just in, Santa has a combined $4,000 to give away for Guam's best outdoor holiday display. Submit your outdoor display for a chance to win cash prizes. All submissions will be posted on our Facebook page, and the top 10 most liked pictures or videos wins a special cash prize to make your season even brighter. Visit KUAM.com for more details.
Hey
kids! With the best holiday of the year approaching, KUAM has arranged a way for you to make sure Santa knows what you want for Christmas. Santa and Mrs. Claus have set up a virtual mailbox at KUAM.com with help from your friends at Dial Rent to Own. This is a chance for you to write your very own letter to Santa. Have an adult download the letter form, fill it out with your Christmas wishes, and send it in to us at letterstosanta@KUAM.com. Santa will read every letter submitted, but you may be chosen to join our Christmas Zoom party where you get to talk to the big guy himself on December 19th. If you're chosen, you will receive a special emailed invitation for you to attend the virtual fun. Stay informed with the stations and platforms of KUAM for all the details, and make sure you are being nice and not too naughty from today until Santa comes to visit. Letters to Santa is brought to you by Dial Rent to Own and all the L's at KUAM.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
Good morning.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Now you guys have an event today, the Christmas Toy Drive.
Yes, we do. So our toy drive was a project initiated by one of our families, the Tan family, who there's kids, Deleon, who is 6th grade, I believe, and Tia, who is a 3rd grader. They came up with the idea when they went to go make their toy donation at Salvation Army last weekend. And when they realized that they were donating a toy to kids who wouldn't necessarily have it if they haven't donated, they thought, why not ask their fellow readers at St. Anthony to help them out and to give as much as we can back to the community especially during this crazy pandemic that we're in right now.
Yeah.
So that will be happening today. The school is open from 8 o'clock till 3:30 for drop-offs. At 3:30, we will be having a drive-through event for our families, and you're more than welcome to drive through that and drop off a gift during that time as well. It will be a little hectic with the traffic. We have quite a big family at St. Anthony. So if you want to come by during the day, we're more than welcome to. If you need to come by tomorrow, we're open 8 to 3:30 as well and accepting donations tomorrow as well.
So Dom, you're looking for new and unwrapped gifts, but was there a particular age group? Sometimes like the teenagers maybe get a little bit left out. So were you focusing on a particular age?
We're accepting for all age levels. I know the teenagers, it's kind of hard to get gifts for teenagers, especially with their taste nowadays. But yes, we are accepting for all age groups, all age ranges.
And Christmas, usually a really, really big event, obviously, for everyone. And you guys over there at St. Anthony, no exception, usually have the big program. How are the kids this year without being able to have that? Or have you decided to kind of do a modified program?
With the Christmas program, we decided to actually table it for this year. We won't be having our traditional big concert. I know we're one of the few schools who use our entire student population for our Christmas concerts. And I know it's really a great thing to see. Like, I know myself too, it's something I'm missing. So we're trying to narrow it down in a sense where we are giving back to our students and having them celebrated instead of having them be the performers. So we will be releasing a few videos on our social media platforms from the administration, from some student leaders as well, just to get our students excited for Christmas and let them know that we're still here, we're thinking of them, and we can't wait to have them back as soon as possible.
Yeah, I miss the Christmas program as well. My son goes to St. Anthony, just so everybody knows. And Joser's daughter, right? Daughter still goes there. So yeah, I miss the being able to watch the kids with their costumes on, and you guys really do go all out. But Deleon and Tia, right? Didn't they do something
Last year.
before?
Didn't they do it last year?
Yes, last year they were the ones who came up with the idea to have the school raise funds for the Australian wildfires.
That's right. Yeah. So
I think I had them on the show, I believe.
Yes.
I had someone on the show talking about that, and seeing the kids, come together and decide that, not waiting for the adults to tell them to donate, for the kids to take that initiative, that's pretty cool. And St. Anthony, you guys have to be pretty proud of that.
Oh, we are very proud of them. As the Tans are very, very wonderful family who love to give back, and the fact that the kids are thinking of these fundraisers and these little things they can do to give back is just an amazing thing, and we couldn't be more proud of them.
yeah, and I actually was there for the ceremony that morning. I was dropping off my boy, and I think it was Joan who told me, hey, they're having a ceremony over there for the students at St. Anthony's that are raising money for the Australian wildfires. And I think they were selling like koala bears, right?
Yeah, so for every donation that you would give, a $20 donation or more, you got a free koala bear. Yeah. So yes, we had a lot of wonderful people come and support us, including members of the firefighters of Guam. We had the governor and lieutenant governor actually come and visit us as well.
Dom, so talking about this year's toy drive, when you do gather all of these, where exactly are those toys going to be going?
It will be going to Toys for Tots as well.
Okay, that's good. That's the Salvation
The Tans will be the ones to come to the school and accept the donation, and they will bring it to, Toys for Tots.
All right. Again, Dom, if you can give the information on the drive-through toy drive.
Yes, so the St. Anthony Catholic School Toy Drive will be happening today and tomorrow, all day today from 8 o'clock to 3:30 when we close the school, as well as 3:30 to 4:30 during our drive-through celebration, and tomorrow 8 to 3:30 as well. We're accepting gifts for all age ranges.
All right. Was there anything else, Dom, that people should know?
Just give what you can. Every little bit helps. And from St. Anthony Catholic School, Merry Christmas to everyone. Hang in there. We'll get through this together. Wear a mask. Wash your hands.
And make sure you send us videos and pictures of the toy drive, Dom. We'd love to see everybody helping out.
All right. Thanks, Dom. Merry Christmas. Hope to see you
Merry
one day. See you next year, hopefully.
Yes. Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care. Again, that's the St. Anthony Toy Drive that's happening today. As you heard from Dom Manabusan with St. Anthony's Catholic School. You can drive by the school and drop off a toy. This is being spearheaded by sixth grader Deleon and his little sister Tia and Tan. They went to drop off toys at the Salvation Army, and they were inspired to give back. And this is something that they have done in the past, where they raise money for people who were impacted by the Australian wildfires last year. So, I know who they are because I interviewed them, and Andy knows. I didn't know, though, prior to going on the interview. So it's nice to hear how these kids, they're taking it upon themselves and encouraging us adults, to give back to the community. So again, please.
Yeah, and it's great to see the kids, like you said, taking that initiative and giving back. And in a time like this, with the year that we've all had, those that are able to give, I feel like we're just itching to give, to donate in any way we can. And I mean, Bree, that we've been doing the show. How many donation drives have we talked to? How many people have we had on the show talking about they're accepting this? And so the people just need to know where to go to donate those toys or goods or food or whatever the Salvation Army needs. So I think it's great having them on the show. And if you can drive by St. Anthony and donate, you don't have to be a parent of a student. You just want to be you can be someone that wants to give. So go on and do that.
Yeah. Again, that is, It is today. He said they were accepting it at, what, 8 all the way till 3:30 this afternoon?
Yeah, I think their school hours, they're accepting pretty much. And then the drive-through is that couple windows here, or it's a little window. Yeah, 3:30 to 4:30 is the actual drive-through, but while the school is open, they're going to be accepting.
Okay. Again, that is new unwrapped toys for a child this Christmas. If you don't know where St. Anthony's Catholic School is, it is in Mooning near the St. Anthony's Catholic Church.
And guys, a lot of the groups and the charitable organizations that we've been interviewing on this show, because we always ask them, it's like, okay, it's a really weird time this year. Everybody's concerned about exposure or infections or things like that. But the Salvation Army's told us, and I'm sure the folks at St. Anthony's would say, if you have a toy that you're going to donate, like Bree was saying, new and unwrapped, but usually if it's in the case, that would be the best way, because we've always asked, people always want to give like stuffed animals, and people say those ones you probably, at least for this one, you might want to stay away from those. So yeah, if you got something in the box, something in a wrapper, that's awesome.
And this is all going to the Salvation Army of Guam as part of their Toys
for Tots.
And speaking of Toys for Tots, we are going to be having Captain Anthony Ramos from the Marine Corps talk about the Toys for Tots.
Because they just completed their mission.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
So
the Marines get it done.
Yeah, they do.
All right, guys, 12 minutes away from 7. Let's go ahead and get into our next one here. We do Cover Me every day of the the show here. So remember, Cover Me, we brought to you by Burger King. And today's Cover Me artist, we go back to the movie stars. I'm calling them the movie stars now. The Dolls here with another cover right here on The Link.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. Half a day. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. From now on, our trouble will be out of sight. Have yourself a merry
That was Cover Me. Remember that segment be brought to you by Burger King, and we are back to the show. Sabrina Salas, Matt Tanani, Andy Wheeler in the Zoom room. We got Jason Salas here and Joe Sir. Welcome back to the show.
I got a couple shout outs, guys. We are getting Hafaday greetings and happy holidays from Gerard Camacho, who goes, Hafaday from Pennsylvania, you guys. It's snowing here. Yeah, you know what? There's some pretty bad weather coming to the Northeast, so please, everybody, our family out there. You know, Andy's from New Hampshire. He lived there for a while, so please be safe if you're out there. I've got family in Connecticut, so you guys be safe out there in the Northeast. Hunker down, and we're praying for you guys. Cynthia Mesa is saying, I watch the masses and even attend. Yeah, send your prayers, send your love. That's what the holidays are all about. Good morning to Emma Fernando Olalia. Good morning, Emma. And Chamarita Regis is saying good morning to everybody. And she, of course, is always joining us from, as she says, the hillsides of Sinahanya.
Oh, nice.
You know, say the hillsides or the hillside of Sinahanya? Because you got that one beautiful cliff view. I love that view. And okay, sorry, diversion. When you guys are driving through Sinahanya, right? Yeah, you know this was coming, right? When you guys are driving through Sinahanya, you know there's that one hill you can turn onto and then go like all the way down to like the back of Agana Shopping Center. Like all the way in the back, like where the swamp is and everything like that. Have you guys ever taken? I've never gone down that road. I've seen it on Google Earth and Google Maps 100 times. I've always wanted to. I believe that might be former Governor Gutierrez's. Like he's got land there, I think. But I've never been down there. But I know there's some amazing houses in Sinahanya.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're supposed to do with that, Jason, but yes, that is a part of Sinahanya that we're all familiar with. So, yeah,
okay.
I've been there. It's wonderful, Jason. It's wonderful this time of year. You should indeed go. Plan a trip.
Exactly.
Road trip.
I know, to Sinahanya. You know, usually around this time of the year, I'm actually in Vegas and, you know, celebrating the holidays with my family. And just not this year.
Okay, can I ask though? We're not endorsing wagering by any means because we're responsible. But you've gone to a casino or two, right? You enjoy hanging out at the casino, right? How's the food in the casino?
You mean like the buffet?
Yeah.
They're good. Yes, there's everything.
Wait, what's the really big the restaurant out there in Vegas? Is it White Castle, right?
White Castle? No,
is it White Castle?
I don't know about that.
Is that
There's like in it, you mean restaurant or like fast food?
Well, either one. No, I just heard the food on the strip is crazy.
You know, because I have gone to Vegas so many times growing up, because you know my dad is in the military and we lived in California, and we were going to Vegas, you know, all the time. And so now when I go on vacation, going to the strip is not a big deal for me. So if I go, it's very rare.
I was just talking to my friends about this yesterday. We had a chat going on that Vegas, you know, what you think of Vegas, the casinos, the strip and all that, the shows, it just doesn't interest me. It's just not what I'm into. So that's not really a destination, you know, that I think of. I know there's a lot of Guamanians that live out there. But yeah, the strip, the casino, I've never been much of a gambler. As much as I'm into sports, I just, you know, not really a gambler. I don't make that many bets, except with Vic, because I know I can win those bets.
Well, hey, Andy, you could place a bet. You could go to a Raiders game now.
No.
Or you could go to a Knights game. I know you're a hockey guy.
Yeah, hockey's fun. It's fun to watch, but yeah, Vegas just not my thing.
Yeah.
I have always wanted to go to, because the Riviera is like the old school one, right? That was like the Riviera, but like, have you guys seen pictures of the Atlantis? That place is crazy. They have like a zip line that goes all the way across the strip. It's nuts.
I'd probably go there for the fun stuff like that, like zip lining and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fun.
I mean, that's cool, but have you ever seen that one road in Sinahanya that goes down?
Yeah! Oh, okay. So thank you, Pat.
Hey, ziplining is fun.
Thank you, Pat. Bree's brother. I was actually going to say, Pat, what's going on? He goes, yes, White Castle and In-N-Out.
Yeah, In-N-Out.
In-N-Out, man. Okay. I don't have a dog in this race, and I don't know, but I've heard that, what was it, Five Guys hamburgers is amazing.
Yes. Five Guys are outstanding.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but they all serve their purpose. You know what I mean? If you want to go and just have a sit down, good burger, Five Guys, definitely. If it's 3 a.m. and you're looking for a quick little something, and maybe you've had a couple, you go to White Castle. So they all have their little niches that you need to think about when you're hungry.
Okay, well, Pat was saying, he gives a rousing endorsement to White Castle and In-N-Out, but Debbie Davis from the other side of the country, I guess, because she's coming from Kentucky, she goes, Pat, White Castle, a.k.a. gut bombs. Ooh.
Now I remember. It's coming back. I remember White Castle. It is on the Strip. So.
Isn't that where they invented the sliders?
Yeah, I think that's on Fremont. Right, Pat? Is near Fremont Experience, the Fremont Street.
I have to Google that.
Yeah.
That is?
Anyways, let's.
You know who knows a thing or two about high quality entertainment is both Senator Tello Taigui and Senator Therese Terlahi. We had the both of them on a couple months ago, and when it was the day after Chris's birthday, they were nice enough to serenade him. So good morning, Senators.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you guys for waking up bright and early to join us on the link. I think I messaged Senator Therese that it's never too early to be informed. So thank you guys for coming on. And the reason why I asked you guys to come on was to talk about this Bill 430. It's like almost 30 pages long. My goodness. And it deals with, for people who aren't familiar, it would replace Guam's 30-year-old Medical Malpractice Mandatory Arbitration Act. We're nearing the end of the term for the 35th Guam legislature, and this bill is pretty significant. So I'm not even sure the likelihood of getting a public hearing on this bill, but the fact that you're introducing it and at least giving the public a heads up that this is coming down, probably in the next legislature. If we could just give an overview of Bill 340. Senator
Sure. Like you said, it's 30 pages long, but it's really half of that is a repeal of the existing statute. So the new bill is really quite simple, I think. And what it's trying to do is to replace that mandatory arbitration as a pre-trial, method with a new method of pre-trial. And all these pre-trial methods are trying to reduce frivolous lawsuits. So, that's still the goal. We want to reduce frivolous lawsuits against doctors. We'd rather have them, doing patient care than, having to defend themselves in frivolous lawsuits. However, we found that the mandatory arbitration, the way that it is, was really preventing a whole class of people from being able to avail itself of those services because of the cost. So we're looking for a lower cost pre-trial screening process. And so that's what we've set up here. By this bill, it would set up the pre-trial screening to be done by the one of the magistrate judges over at the Superior Court. And everything would be kept confidential, just like in the arbitration process right now. And that allows, them to bring in their experts. It allows them to talk to each other as well. And if they, want to seek settlement or whatever, kind of similar to the current arbitration process. And in the end, the magistrate judge, in lieu of that 3-panel mandatory arbitration panel, very costly panel, this our magistrate judge is going to make a determination preliminarily whether they met the standard or whether there was a standard of care that was not met, and whether that resulted in the injury to the person. So those things, and then having that early determination is going to help these parties to decide what to do next, whether to pursue a trial, whether to settle with each other, or whether it was frivolous and it's over. That's the goal.
And this bill, it isn't something that you just started working on. This is something that has been over a year in the making, or years even in the making.
Yes, we started, we had 3 informational briefings on arbitration, and it was, rightly so, a hugely, I would say, intense process. It was so intense, the hearings. We had patients and their families come in. And then we had doctors who, this is their livelihood and they care for the people of Guam very much. And I recognize this. And so, they are asking us to not make it so that they cannot practice on Guam. And I do not want to do that. So, yeah, we did start this months and months ago. We've been working really very hard prior to the pandemic to get a bill out to address this. And unfortunately, yeah, I think things got
And
shifted.
you said, Senator, that the existing law, it's been on the books for 30 years. Is there a particular reason that now this is coming up? Was it about to lapse, or why is this now being brought up in the past few months or year?
No, I think it really was patient-driven. It was those patients who were unable to avail themselves of that arbitration process. So we tried to look, how many people does this really affect? And I think even the doctors have recognized that patients who do not have, money are not able to avail at all. And it's not like so one of the questions that came up, Andy, was why don't lawyers just take on the case like a contingency? And because it's not going directly to trial, it's very different. You're going into arbitration and you do it 2 times. So there were very many reasons why lawyers could not just take that as contingency. We had to pay for experts. You have to pay for the arbitration panel, 3 people. You have to pay them. Sometimes they were bringing them over here, so their travel costs, all of it. Senator Tello, yes, she's she worked very hard on this bill too. I'm going to let her speak.
Thank you, Senator, and good morning. Hi, Andy. Good to see you.
Good
It's the
morning.
first
Hi, Senator.
you have had since you've been on. So
It's been a while, yeah.
I know. It's so good to see you too as well. And always, Sabrina, it's always a pleasure being here. And thank you for the opportunity to discuss this bill. And it was mentioned earlier, there were 3 public hearings on this, one in September 19th of 2019, one on October 3rd, and the other one was on November 7th. And each of these, Senator Taijeron had these public hearings and spread them out to allow, the patients, individuals who've gone through this, who've lost a loved one, or who felt they were wronged by some kind of medical malpractice. And then we had attorneys and doctors. And then I believe one of them was open to just the public, as free range to speak on it. But yeah, I think for me, it started probably in 2019, the story about David Lebowski's son that really brought this to my attention. And when I read the story, it was just so heart-wrenching and feeling his pain. But so I decided to research it and looked into it. And I just couldn't believe it. This has been on the books for actually 28 years. And the unfairness between the individual complainant versus the doctor is just, there was no balance, especially for those who didn't have means. And if you watch some of those public hearings that I just mentioned and hear some of the stories, it's just heart-wrenching, and it's not only that, but also the doctors too as well. They've lost a patient, and for them it's very emotional. So you have a lot of emotions stirring up when someone has lost a loved one, and it becomes just very, you want to blame everybody, but the situation, and individuals just want an answer so that they could, continue. Well, what is it? Come to peace with what has happened. Mm-hmm. So I think this screening panel, pre-trial screening panel, is one of many ideas that are out there in the U.S. And I think Senator Taijeron and I have been going back and forth on this, talking to stakeholders and finding the best solution. And I think this one that we came out, though not perfect, is a start. Is a start. And starting this now is important. I mean, why wait until January, because it's a new term. Now is the time, I think, that we need to get everybody aware that this is something we need to look at and we need to address, especially with, and I'll let Senator Taijeron speak on this, but especially with a court order, not a court order, but a an answer to the question on a district court, and I'll just leave it to that so she could explain the district court's scenario.
Well, just very briefly, so the court in the district court is actually looking at whether indigent, those without below a certain income level, whether they are able to avail themselves or not. And I guess she's asked the Supreme Court of Guam that if these people are not able to avail themselves of this mandatory arbitration, is it still applicable to them, right? Can we do that? And so, so we're waiting for a determination in the courts, of course. And this has been brought up several times, whether, it's just too costly. And so this, it's come up again and again over the years as to, the prohibition that really seems to be in place for some people to get justice for when there is a rightful claim. And so we're balancing rightful claims with frivolous claims, and we don't want to encourage frivolous claims.
Do you have numbers or figures on the amount of money that has been wasted on the frivolous suits?
Well, not on frivolous suit, Andy, but I thought you were going to ask another question with regards to what the amount of how much this would cost just going through a mandatory arbitration. You're looking at close to like $40,000, sometimes $50,000, depending, because a lot of these individuals on the panel, which is they usually use the AAA, which is also called the American Arbitration Association. And going through this, there's a fee, and then you have to pay for those who are panel members, and majority of them are coming from the States, airline tickets, hotel, all those expenses. And it comes up close to about $50,000 sometimes, and 30. And that's just a step. And by the way, Guam is the only law that has on their books that it's mandatory to go through arbitration. It's the only one. No state, no territory mandates this. So it's very unusual for something like this. And the question comes up every single time on its unconstitutionality. So you're looking about that amount of money just on the arbitration part. And then if the individual decides to go to court after the decision's made within the panel trial de novo, then they have to start all over again, with this trial de novo. And then again, the price goes up again. So a lot of attorneys, this is why Senator Trelahi mentioned, a lot of attorneys won't take cases because of the cost and knowing that the clients cannot afford it and just don't have it in their heart to charge them, knowing that this process is going to bankrupt them. And this is a time when an individual has suffered a loss. They're very vulnerable, and it's very difficult to go through. And I think the time frame too, in order for you to go through arbitration, I think Senator Trelahi has something on that she might introduce to us later on as far as a statute.
Yes, the period of time for which they can actually, file a claim is very short, surprisingly, for these types of cases, shorter than for regular torts, regular injuries. An injury caused by a medical provider or clinic is it's much shorter. So we might expand that. But we're putting this bill out now because like Senator Tello said, it's not a perfect bill. And there are so many different ways to do this in the different jurisdictions. And we're trying to get one that's good for Guam and that's good for these agents and for the way our community is here. Not most of them are in need, I would say. We have a high rate of poverty here on Guam. I hate to say it, but anyway, what we're trying to do is, if we can have a public hearing on this bill this term, we will. If not, what we're trying to do is to list it. I've written letters to the doctors, to the lawyers that have been involved in these cases, to the patients, of course, that have testified, and have invited them to please submit their recommendations on this bill and to continue that dialogue. And I'm very grateful because they were very willing to do that for the first 3 hearings that we had. And we received some very excellent input. For example, I want to share this story because it really moved me. And this is from a doctor. And they tell us that So they have a certain specialty, for example, like maybe for adults, and yet on Guam, we don't have that same type of specialist for a child. And so these doctors go out of their comfort zone, or their specialty technically, to help treat this child when we really need to have a child specialist in that same field. And so, one of the doctors suggested that any changes to our arbitration statute is going to prevent them from doing work like that. And so that I'm very sensitive to. We do not want to do that. We know we are isolated out here, and that we need all the doctors to continue to provide this extended care that, is just a part of living on an isolated area geographically. But so I'm hoping that this strikes a balance in that way and allows them to continue to care for the patients as they are caring for them now. And that those, when there is an error or where there is a rightful claim, that those claims can be sought by the patients, that they can find some kind of justice.
Senators, there's going to be a press conference in about 15 or so minutes over at Ukudu High School that we're going to go live to. But I did want to, did you get any phone calls or anything since the introduction of Bill 40, any sort of concerns or maybe even encouragement to move forward with this bill? Anyone from the medical community?
Well, some of them, of course, they have questions. So they wanted to know, does this apply? How does this apply to GMH? And, we have a different statute altogether for claims against the government of Guam. And that's the Government Claims Act. And so those claims are handled differently when it's against the government of Guam. And I want to tell you, too, some of the other things that we've done to handle, that rose from these hearings was that it's not just the arbitration statute. People are also looking for, licensing boards to be very, very thorough and I guess open about their handling of complaints. So that was another thing. So we've also had oversight hearing of the medical licensing board, which I don't think has ever been done. And we want to make sure that they are getting to where they're supposed to be. And that is, they're supposed to have hearings. They're supposed to have hearing officers. They're supposed to have investigators. The money that they are taking in as licensing fees is supposed to go towards adjudication of those complaints. And that's another, issue. I think they're intertwined, because if that board is strong and it's doing its review of the complaints, then these people would, be getting answers faster also. Mm-hmm. So they work hand in hand. But for government claims, that was one of the questions we did receive. Yes, we are getting, questions and concerns, of course. And some encouragement from patients and their families. But I think so. I just want to know, claims against the hospital, the Guam Memorial, or any government facility are going to be handled under the Government Claims Act. And Senator Tello actually just passed a bill. We overrode a veto on a bill that increases the amount of claims that can be sought, because that statute as well was very old and had a cap, and we've increased the cap.
That was about 40 years, almost 40 years old on that cap. So, a lot has changed since then. And as far as calls, I've actually reached out to a couple doctors myself throughout this, research that I've done and talked with them. And one doctor actually thinks it's a win-win situation. Actually, two doctors that I spoke to. I don't want to mention their names because I know it's very contentious with them, but, I think it's important what we're doing here provides that balance, for both the public and those in the public sector. I mean, the health community. I did get a call, of course, from David Limboski, when it was introduced, and he just choking up, almost in tears. He's been an advocate for this type of change to the law for so many years, I think years now, we can say almost. And all the others who had situations such as his, he's represented them many times. as a group, and I think they just want some kind of closure to all this, that even though they can't fix what happened to them, at least in the future, anybody else in the public that has to go through something like this, they can find some kind of way to have closure and go through something to find out, the truth, to ease their soul and their heart from what happened, because it's very emotional.
Yeah, and actually, Mr. Lubofsky, he had emailed me, and he was really happy about the bill, and he thanked both you, Senator Therese Talahi, and Senator Tello, for the introduction of it. Like I said earlier, we are going to be going to Ukadu High School live for that press conference on the first vaccination. But before we let you go, I wanted to talk about session tonight, right? Tonight you guys are going to be voting tonight, right, at 7:00? Is it? Okay. There were a lot of bills actually that were kind of added on to the session agenda, and tonight I think there's up almost 20 bills, 16, something like that, bills that are going up for a vote. Is it just that you guys are going to go vote, or because there's still the items still pending discussion? So what?
We can never predict what exactly is going to happen when we go in there, but my guess is that we will vote because it is late. I hope they don't intend to go through with any more bills after that, but that's just, but of course it's always up to a vote. It's supposed to be up to a vote whether you continue or not. Speaker has a power to call a recess at any time.
Why is it at 7:00 at night, though? Do you know?
It's enough time to allow the compiler and not the compiler, but the clerks and those at the legislature to engross all the bills, to make sure that all the T's and I's are dotted and the correct amendments that were made. And it does take some time. We don't want to have them at the legislature burning the midnight oil, to finish this, and give them like a couple days to do it. There's about 14 bills that are up for voting, and I think Senator Chalai is right. Sometimes we just don't know what's going on. Certain people in the legislature are not privy to what the game plan is, and it really throws us off because it doesn't allow us to prepare. And it's important that we know what bills are coming up in advance so that we can do our research and pull those bills up and refresh our memory on what we liked about it, what we didn't like about it. Mm-hmm. And then also to prepare amendments. Sometimes I think it's really so disheartening is the fact that the push. And it's not good practice to do that when you're rushed, especially laws, that we expect the people of Guam to follow.
Yeah.
Done correct.
The other consideration, I think, for voting tonight, I was surprised that we were going in this late also, but I think they're trying to get the vote done today, but get the bills transmitted so that the 10 days that the governor has to act on them ends before the end of our term as well, in case somebody wants to override a veto or something like that. I think that's one of the considerations.
Okay, because I noticed there is quite a few controversial, I guess you could say, bills. We've got Bill 219, that's the renewable energy bill for GDOE, GCC, and UOG, the PUC, the CCU. They've come out against this particular bill.
The tobacco stamp tax is also a very contentious bill too. As well.
Bill 368. It just really, I didn't even know that it was on session agenda until I turned on, and I was like, whoa, what's going on, and what is Michelle doing on the committee of the whole? And I was kind of surprised when you guys were questioning, because initially I watched the first hearing. And DRT was opposed to this legislation, which
very much so.
Right, which basically would give enforcement, regulatory control to this outside vendor related to the cigarette enforcement of the cigarette tax stamp. And then she was on, and then all of a sudden it seemed as though she was supporting the bill. I mean, is that the kind of read that you guys got, and how surprised, I guess, were you? And I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
I'm going to say straight out, because Therese tends to be more subtle about it, but I'm going to be blunt and to the point. It's obvious that when you saw her speaking on it, first she didn't even read the new legislation, number one, and then when we asked her questions, it's almost like, it's almost like she was coached to say that she did support it, and it was, you could read a person when you're watching this. So this is very contentious. Even my amendment to change from shall to may, to give them that option, it didn't even pass. So yeah, something was fishy there, very fishy.
Right. And it was when you look back at that public hearing, they were saying that it would take, I think it was 300,000 or something like that, if you were just to allow DRT to hire the personnel to enforce this particular law, which has been on the books, unfunded. And if you just gave them the 300,000, they could go and do the jobs. And they're almost close to finishing these rules and regulations that were provided with the guidance of the Attorney General, which, by the way, was not, I didn't see him in the committee of the whole providing any sort of testimony on this amended bill. It's just frustrating to see our elected leaders doing this and adding it onto session agenda. And then to hear Reverend Tax all of a sudden, like you said, the bill was amended. She was provided it minutes before, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, let's do this. Senator Therese?
No, I think you got that correct, Sabrina. That's my analysis as well. And honestly, after the public hearing, I never imagined that bill would be put on the session agenda. So I was surprised as well when it was added. And then, when I read the amended bill, it's not that different. It does the same thing, same, it was the same concept. We were going to pay somebody $4 million to enforce our tobacco stamp laws instead of giving revenue and taxation $300,000 to hire a couple more people. We were going to pay $4 million. So the speaker has amended the bill during session to only allow them. And we don't really even know. Everybody's guessing how much this is going to end up, but now it looks like 1.8 million, almost $2 million to enforce these. And it's not like we're hiring somebody to, create a stamp for us. Now that I can see, you know what I mean? We're going to pay somebody to create that stamp and make sure that it can't be counterfeited, things like that. But to do the regulatory, the law, to enforce the laws, the tax laws, tobacco tax laws, no way. We're supposed to be getting closer and closer to, this central warehouse concept that everybody says is more efficient, and just boosting revenue and taxation up. And I felt bad. I really feel bad because, yes, we should be angry that they haven't implemented this law. However, we should be very angry that if we're losing taxes, tobacco taxes. But I can't see any guarantee that what they are doing in this bill is going to increase the collection of tobacco taxes. That's not proven. Neither is that paying somebody $2 million is going to bring to us much more benefit than paying, giving Department of Revenue and Taxes. And they're ready to go, like you said, first week in January, ready to go. So I don't know.
Would this private vendor, whoever it's going to be, are they also going to be coming up with their own rules and regs, and then enforcing those rules and regs? Yes, looking at the authority.
This bill puts in some rules, but then it says that they will come up with their own rules. This is the thing that Department of Revenue and Taxation opposed in the first public hearing, and they still during the hearing, Mickey, during our session, Mickey was still saying she doesn't know how that's going to work. That we have a private company preparing rules and regs as to how we're going to enforce tobacco tax.
Right. It sounds like this legislation was catered, or what is it, catered around a certain something, and even some of the amendments that were proffered to allow revenue tax just to add additional rules and regs was not even allowed. A lot of the amendments that we made were shut down. So we can already see, who those individual senators are who I wish they did sorry, I wish they did their homework. You know, it would be, and it'd be so much easier for them to understand. You know. But,
yeah, and I think for people who are just kind of waking up to what is this bill again? It's Bill 368, and it was introduced by Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes, following an audit, right, from the public auditor, which revealed that we're losing $15 million a year because this bill was not enforced, and not public health, the Reverend Tax had been saying that the reason why we hadn't came up with the rules and regs for this bill is because we were never funded. And I thought what was interesting, Senator Taijeron, when you were on the floor and you basically said that something along the lines of, we know that Reverend Tax can do it. They created programs out of scratch during this pandemic.
Oh, they did. They did. And you have to admit, they were quick about it. I mean, some of the parts where we had to wait for the federal government, to consult was a little frustrating. We were waiting, day to day, but they did it, and they did it very efficiently. When they roll out their programs, they've been doing a great job. I really think so. And I think it was just a matter of putting their attention to this. Of course, they had their attention on other things, and once they put their attention to this, they're done with the legal review. They've got that AG to sign on now. In fact, they got the AG to sign on so much that, because the AG, they're working to make our program look like Hawaii's. So the AG has actually offered $60,000 to buy the stamp machine. And he said that would take care of the stamps, the labor, and the maintenance for, I think, 2 years. And that's how much they were ready to go.
So what did the AG say about this amended bill?
We haven't heard from them.
There was nothing, no testimony, nothing.
Well, like you heard that, even DRT was not aware of the amended bill until right before the session.
Right. Well, thank you, senators, for coming on. Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Thanks, Andy. You're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I like the
I like to
backdrop.
work from home.
I really like your backdrop there. Your spaceman.
As always, thank you for all the public service that you all are doing there at KUAM, Jason, everyone. And it's an exciting, what you're going to right now, the vaccine rollout.
Yes,
I'm excited about that. So,
all right. Well, stay
Are
tuned.
you going to take it when you get the chance?
I think I'm way down on that list, that priority list when it comes to. Yes, but I'm really hoping for our frontliners that, those who want it are going to take it and that they're going to be safe.
All right. Thank you again.
Just a quick heads up, everybody. Adriana Cotero has been messaging me on the side, and just so everybody knows, she has said the governor at 7:45, so in about 15 minutes from now, they're going to hold a semi-press conference during which they will introduce the first person to receive the vaccine. That person will be vaccinated, and then precisely at 8, the clinic will be open. But it's a HIPAA thing, so they're going to tell everybody turn your cameras off, because at that point, the clinic will be open for the frontliners to receive it. So in about 15 minutes.
In about 15 minutes. Okay, we do have, though, Captain Ramos from the United States Marine Corps. He's in our Zoom room, and we're going to get to him after the break. But thanks, Senator Taijeron and Senator Taijeron for waking up.
Thank you so much. Merry Christmas,
Merry
everybody.
Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Merry
Christmas.
Happy holidays.
We're going to go to a break while we wait for Captain Ramos to fix his shot. Stay tuned to the link. Up next, the Marine Corps. We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Hey
kids? With the best holiday of the year approaching, KUAM has arranged a way for you to make sure Santa knows what you want for Christmas. Santa and Mrs. Claus have set up a virtual mailbox at KUAM.com with help from your friends at Dial Rent to Own. This is a chance for you to write your very own letter to Santa. Have an adult download the letter form, fill it out with your Christmas wishes, and send it in to us at letterstosanta@KUAM.com. Santa will read every letter submitted, but you may be chosen to join our Christmas Zoom party where you get to talk to the big guy himself on December 19th. If you're chosen, you will receive a special emailed invitation for you to attend the virtual fun. Stay informed with the stations and platforms of KUAM for all the details, and make sure you are being nice and not too naughty from today until Santa comes to visit. Letters to Santa is brought to you by Dial Rent to Own and all the L's at KUAM.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and its community partners, McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, and the Guam Museum want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, the Guam Museum, and KUAM Communications. Breaking news! This just in, Santa has a combined $4,000 to give away for Guam's best outdoor holiday display. Submit your outdoor display for a chance.
And
link here.
Yep.
In the Zoom room, Jason and I talking over each other, and right now we're gonna go ahead and stay on in the Zoom room here. And joining us, we've got Captain Ramos from the United States Marine Corps. Captain, joining us to talk about a holiday tradition that the Marines are very proud to bring us every year. Toys for Tots. Captain, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. Good morning. Glad to be here.
So the Toys for Tots, you guys pretty much wrapping up the operation. Talk to us about how it went this year and what's the next step in the plan.
Yes, sir. So yes, as you just mentioned, for right now for this year, our operations are coming to an end. On this past Monday, we had our toy transfer event with our two distributing partners, with the Salvation Army and Catholic Social Services, where basically we take all our collected toys that we collected this year, in this campaign, and we turn them over to them, and then they are in charge of then passing those out to all the families in need, on Guam. And so this year, we raised over 9,800 toys, roughly.
Wow.
Wow. And so yeah, and that's even through the pandemic, even with COVID and everything like that. So I mean, it goes to show you the level of engagement and participation that we've been able to receive, and the support from the community and from the Toys for Tots Foundation, just from all across all parties really. And it was a united effort to get as many toys as we did, and to get out to those families in need. So.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. During the pandemic, I mean, everybody has had to adjust their operations, and you Marines are used to adjusting on the fly and kind of making things up as you go. So how did you all and the Corps adjust to this year in the pandemic?
So first, I mean, obviously we followed, maintain CDC guidelines and protocols, and throughout the campaign, ensuring face masks, practicing social distances where allowed, and we minimize the number of participants within the campaign itself. And so in terms of the volunteers and the number of people that participated in the events themselves. And so we try to minimize as much as we can our footprint in a sense, so that we could, obviously minimize spread of COVID. And not only that, but even with our distribution partners, we had to end collections early. So pretty much this time last year, we were still continuing with the toy collection. But because of COVID, what we ended up doing was we stopped collecting toys sooner, but that would give our partners more time on the back end give them more time to set up distribution for the families, to allow more families to come in at smaller numbers, spread out evenly throughout this week and next week, and ultimately in time for Christmas, so they can do all their, get all the presents and all the gifts before, or just in time for the holiday. So.
Right. We just talked to Dom from St. Anthony's Catholic School earlier on the show here today, and they've got a toy drive that is going to be going to Toys for Tots. So do you always factor in kind of those stragglers that I missed the deadline, so I have to donate, but you've got the bulk of it ready to go?
Yes, sir. Yes. And so we even throughout this week, even though the toy transfer happened on Monday, we still get calls from, different businesses or different locations where they're still collecting toys, or toys are still coming in, because like I said, we've had to shift our timeline. But even then, we'll still collect those toys. Either we'll give them to one of our partners, or or we'll secure them for next year, for the next year's campaign. But those toys won't go to waste, and we'll make sure that if people want to participate and they want to contribute, that that we will take those contributions willingly. And of course, we'll do everything we can to make sure that those toys go to families and children in need.
And you, as a Marine, you've got quite a bit to be proud of. But this is one of those things that that direct involvement to the community that always puts a lot of smiles on faces. So it's got to feel pretty good to do this every year. Yes, sir. It does.
It does. I mean, honestly, this is my first year leading a campaign, and so it's been especially in the time of COVID, it's definitely been an eye-opening experience, but something that I'm very grateful for, very appreciative. And like you're saying, it goes to show you the level of involvement in the local community, but not just on the Marine Corps side, on the military aspect, but you can see it within the local community themselves. Everyone coming together to participate, to help those in need, and throughout these difficult times. And so it's beautiful to see it, and we're happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, don't let them fool you. You Marines are big softies.
Well, hey, Kat, this is Jason here, and I wanted to say, I've had the good fortune of being able to interview several Marines over the years when they do Toys for Tots, and it always amazes me because like they say, every Marine is at their core a rifleman. That is the core skill, and yet every Marine who's ever worked on Toys for Tots, they're like, this is a mission, this is a detail, we take this job unbelievably seriously. We've got 245 years of history of former Marines getting the job done to perfection behind us and everything, and we put every single ounce of our heart and soul into this job because we want to complete this mission just like we do any other mission. So can you talk about the motivation and the morale and the dedication to doing the job the right way?
Yes, sir. I mean, in terms of the dedication and the morale, in terms of the discipline, all of that for us, I feel like is ingrained at a very early level as soon as we come into the Corps, even through entry-level training, whether that be at, boot camp or the basic school for officers. That level of discipline in every aspect and every facet of life, I feel like is very instilled in us at a very early stage. And so as we transition and we carry our careers in the military through different missions, different organizations, any challenge in life, we tackle it with the same mentality, with the same level of discipline and dedication to accomplishing whatever the mission is. And so this time around, whether it's Toys for Tots and like you're saying before, that this campaign has been going on. I mean, not only in the United States for a long time, for several years now, but even on Guam, that this has been a repeated campaign every year. And so this level, like that level of discipline, that level of attention to detail to those tasks, those carry on to these types of missions where we see the positive impact that it has on the communities, on the families, on those in need. And I think that's kind of one of not just us as a military being active duty, service members, but we have a responsibility to the communities, to the footprint that we leave here on Guam and across all our bases, to have that positive effect on those families, on those communities, and do everything we can, to help those in need. So. Yeah,
I asked a Marine officer as well as a Lance Corporal a couple of years ago, and I said, what does doing Toys for Tots mean to you? And they both said right off the bat, they snapped to, and they were like, we just want the kids to know that we've got their back. Whether it comes to defending the nation, whether it comes to making sure that they're taken care of during the holidays, or whether they can just, enjoy their life, we want them to know that their Corps has them. And that's an amazing thing. So, thank you for your service, for you and all the other Marines.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And even myself, I mean, I'm a first generation American. My family comes from, not the greatest parts of the world, but, even growing up as a child and knowing, having nothing and seeing that effect that it has on my family, just being able to provide some glimmer of hope, a shining light to say, hey, that this is only a phase, or, that just being provided a beacon of hope, sending a message of hope to those families, to those children, and being able to do that, I think, to me, it definitely has a personal impact. But again, from speaking from a personal point of view, I've been on that other side where I've been that family in need, been that child in need, and so having someone like the Marine Corps, like the Toys for Tots Foundation, to step in and provide that hope for us in the holiday season, and especially one like a year like 2020 with the pandemic and everything going on, a lot of people laid off, etc. I mean, this is a year that I feel like Toys for Tots is beneficial for everyone, and it's multiplied, tenfold.
Well, real quick before I give it back to Andy, sorry, Cap, I got one more. So since you mentioned family and where you're from, do you want to give a shout out, since it is the holidays, to anyone who may be watching this right now, or anyone who may stumble across it on YouTube, and just say hello to friends and family back home? Sure, absolutely. I'd love to say hello to my mother, Natasha, and my father, Robert. They should be watching in from Tennessee, so I hope they're watching and doing well and staying safe. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. So thank you.
Captain, I've always had a soft spot for Marines. My father enlisted in the Navy as a corpsman, so there's a little bit of a connection there. So just want to wish you and Marines all around the world a very safe and Merry Christmas, and thank you for all you do on a daily basis. And of course, with Toys for Tots and gathering almost 10,000 toys. Excellent job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And we couldn't do it without the support of everyone, without the support of the local community. So, not just thank us, but thank everyone who participated. Thank you, Guam, for all the support. Cap, can I just get you real quick, because speaking of people that may see this, can we get you do a real quick Semper Fi, Ura? Oh, yeah. Semper Fi, Ura! All right. That's how you want to end the interview, everybody. Captain Anthony Ramos, one of the many heroes in our military. And Cap, again, we thank you for your service, and thanks for your time. You guys are amazing. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, that was Captain Anthony Ramos from the United States Marine Corps.
Nearly 10,000 toys collected.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
Definitely going to some children that are in need, and bring some holiday cheer to several families here on Guam. Again, thank you to the Marine Corps and their contribution to the Toys for Tots campaign and to the community of Guam. This is just first of many more interviews and a partnership that we're going to be growing with the Marine Corps. So thanks again, Captain Ramos. We're going to go to a break, and many of you have been asking in our stream here whether or not we're going to be going to Ukadu High School, and we are. Mm-hmm. So we'll check in with Adriana Catera, who's there with our photographer Jacob Sablon, after the break.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright.
You overcame the challenges of this day and age and showed the world that our spirit of Inafet Malik is unbreakable. Siduas Maasi to all our community partners who helped the KUAM Care Force in giving back this year. And thanks to you especially, the people of Guam. Your kindness and generosity gave hope to so many in need this year. Let Giving Tuesday be the spark that keeps the spirit of generosity going throughout the year.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
Seven in the morning, Thursday. The Link being brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. Before we get to Adriana, who's set and ready to go over there at Ukadu, I got a real quick announcement here. If you're looking for a unique gift for your family, your friends, give the gift of a Chamorro culture and cuisine that will keep on giving. That's you ordering the ever-popular Chamorro Cuisine cookbook on chamorrocuisine.com. And we're back with The Link. Of course, your host, Sabrina Salas, Matt Tanani, Andy Wheeler in the Zoom room, Jason Salas, Joe Sir, and myself, Victorious. Welcome back to the show.
We've been saying it is going to be a huge day for Guam as public health starts vaccinating frontliners, healthcare workers. And so we're going to go to Ukadu High School live. That is where Adriana Cotero is standing by. Good morning, Adriana.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, it's a very exciting day, and it's what government officials have been saying is the start to the end here at Ukadu, as has been designated as the first vaccine clinic on Guam. Now, in just a short few minutes, we are expecting the governor, lieutenant governor to make their way here and make the big announcement of who will be the first recipients of the vaccine. Now, we're hearing just, speaking with DPHSS here on the grounds, they're saying it's going to be a local doctor, but there might quite possibly be 2 recipients at the same time. So just to give everyone a look, let me flip my camera so everyone can see what's going on here. Now, once the governor gets here, they're going to make the announcement right there on the stage. And then followed by that, there's a table already set up, and they are going to do the actual vaccine injections. After the vaccine injections, the individuals will then go to stage 5, which is where they are further processed. And that also includes an observation period of about 15 to 30 minutes. And then once they are sent to stage 5, they will open up the clinic doors from this side, and then the remaining public healthcare officials and professionals will be receiving the vaccine. So we'll unfortunately be kicked out during that time, but we are told that we can wait outside the front doors here of Ukadu High School and wait for the first recipients. That way we can try and get any initial reactions and any interviews with them, and hopefully be able to get that coverage out there by prime time tonight at 6.
Is that the lieutenant governor there that I see?
This is. So we have Janella here, lieutenant governor. Hi, we are live on The Link right now. Tell me how you're feeling, big day.
Very good. Feeling very emotional, actually. Very optimistic, good day. This is the next phase of things.
Definitely. We've been hearing that it's the start to the end, right?
Yeah, we can finally see that light at the end of the tunnel. I just want to thank you and everybody for getting the word out and for keeping everybody informed.
Of course, and thank you. And we see Governor just made her way here, so let's get her initial reaction to the day.
And he's just a very exciting individual. And so
I believe she's speaking on who the individual is that'll be receiving the vaccine.
Okay. And I've just been reading some of the details about it. So they're going to extend the coronavirus that we have to December 2021. So
all the federal money.
Yeah.
Big news. Yeah. And it's going to work well because now we have a Democrat president.
All right, so that is Governor Deleon Guerrero just arriving over to Ukadu High School, where they're going to be distributing the first vaccine. I believe that Adriana Cotero was mentioning that it will be a local physician. That's what the buzz is over at Ukadu. Before this all begins, the governor is going to be holding a brief press conference, and then they will do the first shot.
Yeah, I just want to show too. You might have seen, and you can see Adriana's shot right there. They are setting up that backdrop. That's the same
Right.
backdrop that the governor is using. But we want to actually show that. And Joseph, you got that graphic right. This is the avatar that Adelup was putting out. This is kind of like the slogan, the rallying cry, if you will, for hashtag #VaccinateGU and hashtag COVID stops with me. They were putting this out. We put it on Twitter yesterday. So as more and more Guamanians get vaccinated,
they're starting the press conference. Let's go.
No, not yet. They got a few more minutes, it looks like. So they're setting up the podium.
I think we might have a second. And you know what? I see Public Health Director right here, Art San Augustine, so we can get his reactions for this morning as well. I know you just gave a speech prior to the rest of your team here. So if you want to just tell us, we're live on the link right now. So you can just tell us a little bit about how you're feeling.
Well, I am hopeful, I'm encouraged, and I can't deny there's a degree of excitement. Although we've lost a few of our local family members on Guam, this is the beginning to an end. So we are excited, we are ramped up, we are ready to start the vaccination for the community of our healthcare professionals today and our healthcare leaders.
So we're hearing that the first recipient is going to be a local physician. Can you tell us a little bit more information at all? I know we're about to hear it, but
Yes. Well, yes, we actually have a staff member of Public Health and Social Services that we've identified who has been extremely helpful and instrumental in the operations of public health. And so we've identified that position to be one of the ones to be vaccinated this morning.
okay, all right. And how soon can we see you getting the vaccine?
Very soon, I hope. Very soon, I hope.
Is that right? Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Again, that was Public Health Director Art San Augustine. And then just minutes away from the big announcement. But just because I know we're going to be kicked out of here right after, I just want to give everyone a look of the way the actual clinic is set up. And we've been trying to grab as much photos and videos because this may be our only opportunity. But you see all the public health professionals and officials helping out, and they were gathered earlier and they received quite the pep talk. It was amazing, actually. I was able to capture it on the camera, so we'll be sure to have that later as well.
Okay. Yeah, and they're calling this like a points of distribution, I think pods, right? And this is just the first day in, 3 days? They're going to have it today, Friday, and Saturday?
Yes, I believe that is correct. And then Janella had said that she promises to do an interview with me at 9 a.m. So I'll hopefully get some more information and just see where the other clinics and how many vaccines will also be distributed to GMH and GRMC.
Okay. And so just for...
the setups are like this.
Okay. And today, according to the priority groups and the different phases that were issued by the Department of Public Health, the way the vaccination is going to be distributed, it's in 3 phases. The first phase would be healthcare personnel, then residents of long-term care facilities. Then it goes down to the essential workers, the police officers, the firefighters, and then people with comorbidities and elderly adults. Then phase 2 is the remainder of phase 1 that didn't get vaccinated, and then other critical populations. And then for phase 3, it's also just to catch up with phase 2. And so this is just the first dose of the vaccine. The second dose, I think you're supposed to take it in about 3 weeks. Yeah.
21 days.
Right. And this is your first-hand look, again, of the pod, the vaccination point of distribution clinic stood up by Public Health, where they are scheduled any minute now to give the first vaccine. And what we're hearing is going to be a local physician.
And possibly even 2, Adriana was saying, right? There may be 2 at the same time. And again, if you guys want to see, like, we've got a real quick, the TLDR, for those of you who know what that means, is a recap on KUAM.com right now. Annette Uggan from Public Health was actually emphasizing yesterday that, just because the vaccine is rolling out, it's going to be several months still before the vast majority of the island is properly vaccinated. So, by no means is this just, a few-day thing and then we're going to be good. So, again, they highly encourage you to continue the 4 Ws, wear your mask, stay socially distant, exercise, good willpower, and be a good steward of yourself, your family, and your neighbors. But this is nonetheless a historic moment for our island. Adriano, one thing that Annette was saying before they start was obviously security is big for the vaccine because that is such a valuable asset for them. Can you describe is there a security element there? Is there police? Is there private security around Ukadu?
So I got here a little around 7 a.m., which I don't think the vaccine was even here at the time of it being here yet. But from what I noticed is that we see some members of the National Guard here. Otherwise, I don't see any police officers, any GPD officers yet. I know that, we know public health is here, of course, but other than that, I haven't seen any officers. They could be outside though. Mm-hmm.
Well, we can also assume with as many high-level dignitaries as there are present there and everything like that, the place is very, very safe and very secure.
And I think, Andy, you spoke with when Mark Scott from the National Guard was on the show. He was talking about the extent of involvement with the National Guard.
Yeah, they're highly involved in this. Whatever public health needs them to do. As he said, they're having their combat medics train up on administering civilian vaccines because they are certified to give the Army vaccines. But for the civilian, it's just another level of training. And I believe they were doing that last weekend, providing security, helping with distribution, whatever it is that public health needs. As Captain Scott said, the Guard is ready. But one thing, though, there's a lot of people up there. That's a big gathering. I want everyone in Ukadu arrested immediately.
I think we're still waiting on the local physician to get here. That's what we're waiting on right now.
Well, Adriana, as you
Governor and
walk
Lieutenant
around,
Governor
you
are
talked to
here.
so many people there, even before you joined us on Zoom and everything. Can you tell us about what's the mood of the room, and kind of what's the overall sentiment from the people that are gathered there?
Hello. You want to see them donning all their PPE?
Oh, it's okay. Thank you. Sorry. Yes, the energy definitely is alive here this morning. And, as I had mentioned prior, Artin Augustine, the Director of Public Health, had give a wonderful pep talk. And he had just told every single person in the room to stop, stand still, and look around who's next to you. And everyone just kind of looked around the room, noticed who was next, and they said, in this moment, this is who you are standing by when the first vaccine is going to be given in Guam. Everyone was just kind of like, whoa, thinking about history is being made right now. I'm standing there looking at Jake, my cameraman. I'm like, okay, this is who I'm standing next to.
And again, we're just waiting for the press conference to begin with the governor making her remarks. We did hear from the lieutenant governor earlier, who was very emotional, almost to the point I'm not used to hearing him have so few words because he usually has a lot to say. But definitely he was emotional about what's about to happen today.
And we can assume too that this affects him as well as the governor profoundly on an emotional level, because having actually contracted the virus and everything, and now seeing the medication roll out to our people and everything like that, and this is something that I'm sure that both Josh Tenorio and Lulian Guerrero, did not foresee when they assumed office and saw as part of their governorship. None of us did as citizens, but nonetheless, this is something that they have dedicated their very existence to, and trying to get this right. Every day is a new challenge. Things turn 101. They do a total 180, from day to day, sometimes within the context of the same day. But now that the moment is upon us and everything, you were right. Now you can just see the lieutenant governor very uncharacteristically at a loss for words, and that in itself speaks volumes.
Just imagine, guys, like you said, Jason, everything we've been through for the past 10, 11 months, almost a year of hearing about this thing, the lockdowns, the economic hardships, the furloughs, people getting sick, all the deaths, and then now to be at this point, there's so much hope. People are finally feeling that, man, we can really start getting back to a normal life. So just, me personally, thinking back on this past year of being down, being in my place. This is just such a good moment, and I'm so happy to be a part of it.
And Governor Leon Guerrero did say that yesterday during her press conference and also during her Zoom call with us. Is she goes, guys, this is I want to again remind everybody to stay vigilant, but she goes, this is the beginning of a brand new road for our island, and our people are just at the beginning.
All right. And you know what, guys? Just not to cut you off, but I believe this is who will be taking the first vaccine, correct? One of the first. Dr. Leon Guerrero. How do you feel right now? Scared?
I don't like shots.
You and me
I
both.
order it. I don't see it, but I just don't like shots. But it's a necessary evil. We want to get our island back to where it was, where we can go out and eat, watch TV, watch movies at a movie theater, go traveling. We need to do something to stem this tide.
Of course, and just to ask, are you nervous about any adverse reactions or any side effects?
I'm just nervous about the shot, meaning the pain.
The pain. Okay.
Other stuff I can handle. The pain. I'm not a very good person with pain.
Okay. Well, we would love to also get your reaction after you take the shots. We'll be waiting for you outside. But how did you get into the position to be able to be one of the first recipients?
I'm the immunization advisor.
Oh, okay. That's how.
And I've been on this island practicing medicine since 1984. So that's my hobby life. And I'm local.
Of course. Oh, and it looks like you're about to head up there. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a nice day. Merry Christmas.
You have actually interviewed the physician who will be receiving her.
No, that's Uncle Bob.
Uncle Bob.
Maintain your distance, but start to settle down. So in about 5 minutes.
Okay, so the press conference is going to start in about 5 minutes. I'm wondering, are we able to bring in Rear Admiral Minoni? Are we able to bring him in? He's on the phone. Yeah, okay. Good morning, Admiral Minoni. Sorry to keep you on hold. Are you there?
I am.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the governor to give her opening remarks for the first person to get vaccinated on Guam. And since we do have you on the phone, and I'm not sure if you're able to watch this or if you're near Facebook or whichever, but yeah, the first vaccination is going to occur at any moment. But I wanted to ask you, has the military, has Joint Regent Marianas received any vaccines?
We have not. So a little bit of different system than what Gov Guam is using, which is fine. But we're working through all the processes and procedures and plans to be able to administer the vaccine to those who need it first. So maybe in the next couple of weeks.
Right. Yeah, I think I saw it on, I want to say it was either, I was reading somewhere on the, I subscribe to the Department of Defense anytime they send out press releases and things like that. I don't think that I saw Guam on the first, I guess, phase of the distribution. But there are other military bases, right, that are getting the vaccine. I think.
Absolutely. So it's phased approach across DoD. I anticipate we'll see it here soon. So I don't think it's going to be a significant delay. But like Gov Guam, we're not going to see it all at once. We'll get a certain number of vaccines, and then we'll work to get the right people vaccinated, and we'll continue this process till we're done.
Mm-hmm. And, in previous interviews, we spoke with you and just everything that's happening on the military base and the different HP Con, right?
Yes.
Are you guys still in B?
We are still in, we call it HP Con Health Protection Condition Bravo with additional measures, or HP Con Bravo Plus, so a little bit more elevated than your standard HP Con.
Mm-hmm. And there's been changes, right, on base in terms of, access, I want to say, because I think the COVID case count there has been pretty low.
So, yeah, there have been. We've been able to work with places like the commissaries to expand slightly the amount of people we can have in the building at any one time. We've also expanded hours. I think you know that the Anderson Air Force Base Commissary and Exchange has opened up their access more in line with what Naval Base Guam has. So we're working through this, but what has not changed at all is the requirement for masks, distance, hygiene, doing the right thing to protect yourself and your neighbors.
Mm-hmm. And it's a really big day for everybody here on Guam. And as we hear about the first vaccination, it's going to be given to a local physician, like I said, any minute now. There's one thing you've talked about in the past was just to continue the fight, right? And so I guess any message, because the vaccine is being distributed, we shouldn't, let our guard down.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. You are exactly 100% aligned with the way I'm thinking, and our Chief of Naval Operations is thinking. The governor said yesterday that it is a tool in this fight, and it absolutely is, but it is only one tool. It is going to take a while to get everybody protected and vaccinated across our country, certainly across our island, and then within DOD. So we have to wear the masks. We have to stay vigilant. We have to protect ourselves because one slip-up can bring down the mission readiness of a unit, a bomber unit, a ship, an aircraft carrier, a submarine. So, at some point we'll get back to whatever the new normal looks like. I don't know what that is. I have no crystal ball. Till then, we have to do the right thing for each other, and that's wear the masks, distance, practice good hygiene.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do apologize for cutting this interview short. We're going to go back to Ukadu High School because we don't want to miss anything that's happening there. So I guess just any final message to the people of Guam.
I think, we absolutely appreciate the support of the people of Guam throughout my years here and certainly across the last year, which has been tough on everybody. But we're not done yet. Continue to fight. Don't give up the ship. We'll get through this together. And then hopefully 2021 is a better year for all of us.
All right. Thank you, Admiral Manoni. The press conference is just getting started. So Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas. Stay safe.
And thank the hardworking staff of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Since the start of this year, they have been working very hard at the preparation phase as we got our first infections, going through 2 surges, doing community outreach, getting in those response engagement teams, and now in the situation to begin the last phase of this pandemic, the final phase, the vaccine phase, where finally we see the light at the end of the tunnel. And so I do want to thank all of them. I also want to thank Colonel Mike Cruz, who is the head of our surgeon cell, and members of the Guam National Guard who have been at the governor's side advising her as we go through with the medical response to this pandemic. I'd like to invite up the first 3 vaccinators who will be performing the first 3 vaccines in front of you. So I'd like to call them up. Nurses Eva Los Banes. Eva. We also have Pamela Andres and Rona Santos. I want to thank you very much for everything that you're doing out there. Thanks so much for all the things that you're going to be doing today. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to be led in this government by somebody who is a nurse, that is very, very familiar with patient care, that is part of her passion. And I was just telling one of the news reporters, we're just very fortunate at this time to have somebody with that insight to be leading us. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce the Governor of Guam, Guerrero.
Thank you very much, Josh. I also would like to echo what the Lieutenant Governor has said in giving my deepest appreciation and my deepest gratefulness to the team at Public Health. I want to just say that Public Health throughout this pandemic has risen and shown that they can control the virus and that they can provide the testing. They can provide the contact tracing. They can provide the investigations.
They can provide the actions that are needed to contain the virus. And I just want to tell the people of Guam, public health has your back. And public health is the authority that will get us through this pandemic. And our administration has given full 100 support to public health. The federal government has given full 100 support to public health. I just got off a NGA, National Governors Association, meeting with President-elect Joe Biden, and he too has pledged his support to all the states and territories that they will work with the federal partners in unison. He talked about unity, and that's what we need to do, and we are doing. We are a community, and the community will be successful because you will make them successful. This is a historic day. This is such a great moment for us to reflect. This is the beginning of the end. But I want everybody to please don't be so complacent now. We must continue to wear our masks. We must continue to social distance. We must continue to wash our hands. We must continue to avoid public crowded areas. This, along with the vaccination, will get us in the right place and will bring us back to some normalcy before COVID. So I know everybody's waiting, and I know the nurses just can't wait to give those shots. So I would like to ask the three individuals who will be getting the first shots to please step forward. Dr. Robert Leon Guerrero, who's the public health physician. Dr. Bob, known as Dr. Bob. Please come up. Zinnia Pacina, who is the nurse in charge. And the amazing Art San Agustin. I also want you to know that yes, being vaccinated is a choice, but I think it is the right choice to protect ourselves, to protect our families, and to protect our communities. So I urge everyone to be vaccinated. And as we continue forward with the mass testing, I'm sure public health will be communicating to the public of how, where, and when to get those vaccinations. So, yes, and DOE, the staff of DOE that has made this place possible and has worked very closely with public health. Thank you so much for your cooperation and your support, and thank you. How come you're right there in the back? Come on up here. We want to thank you personally. And how about the administrator? Is she here? Oh, okay. Is she coming? I just want to say that, again, this is a community effort. And as you know, GMH will also be another site to vaccinate our healthcare workers. And also GRMC will be another site to vaccinate our healthcare workers. And the guideline says our first line healthcare workers, responders, law enforcement will be the first. And then of course, those individuals that are in long-term care, and then essential workers, and then those 65 and over with comorbidities. So, oh, okay. So why don't we go ahead and step up? Oh, Rita, Miss Rita Flores, who is the administrator of OCADU. And we just want to personally, Rita, I just want to personally, public health and our community just want to personally thank you and your staff for making this place available. You'll see the flow and it's going to be as smooth and as efficient and as fast as we can. The people here will be coming through the stations, vaccination, and then there's a place over there for observation, because after you get vaccinated, we need to observe you for 20 minutes. So Rita, thank you for the space. Thank you. All right. The first person is going to be, let's get the doctor first. All at the same time. Okay. Oh, they're going to be sitting while you guys give it.
I didn't shower, so I didn't scream. Okay, so can we get our 3 nurse vaccinators positioned? Art, Xenia, and Dr. Bob. And then you can have your, whichever arm you're going to get it on, facing the camera so that they can get a close-up shot. There you go. Show that tan line. What do you call an old snowman? Water. I'm sorry. Oh, what do you call an old snowman? Water.
Making jokes.
Every day. Every day. It's such a depressing thing. You need to keep the spirits up yourself and your staff around. So I think I'll tell a joke or two every day. What is the feeling that you can tell others who are looking forward or still on the fence about getting this? If you want to go back to where you can hug with relatives, you want to be able to
Zena, can you tell us what you're feeling right now?
I'm really excited. I'm excited. You know, as a healthcare provider, you see an end to all the emergency and it gives me hope. It gives me hope.
Of course, any nerves at all? Gonna tear up.
You know, our journey with public health has been so long. We worked so hard.
And thank you for all your hard work. It's been such a long journey.
Yeah, it has.
Sorry.
So what we really want to launch on for today, after I give you the shot, we're going to monitor you for at least 15 to 30 minutes so that we can make sure that you're allergic reaction. If you feel anything different, looks like something out of the ordinary, please let us know. Any of the nurses or doctors know and we will attend to you. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Which patient is shaking the most?
Inside.
We're going to do a countdown so that we all inject it at the same time.
So let me know when all 3 vaccinators are ready to inject it. I want to make sure you guys are ready. Okay, are you guys ready? Okay, I'm going to count from 5 down to 1, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
How was it, Art?
Actually, it really wasn't uncomfortable at all. It was actually just even someone said nothing, just a little prick, and that was it.
No pain?
No pain.
No pain. And what's it like? It's been such a long journey for yourself and all of public health to actually be at this point receiving the vaccine.
Beginning to the end, it'll take everything right at the end of the tunnel. So we are definitely prepared vaccine in our arsenal in response to COVID-19, and this is only the beginning. So I'm very encouraged and hopeful in terms of long health and our response to COVID-19.
So thank you. Thank you too. Are you feeling anything right now?
Not at all. Just
pure happiness.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Tears of joy. Yes. I want to be able to hug my children and my mom, and not have to worry about bringing anything home as a frontliner. So this is really exciting.
And Zena, we know that you were involved with mass testing, so you were there throughout all this process, and to be here at this point, to receiving the first vaccine, and quite possibly also when we go to mass vaccinations. How are you?
So we started back in March, and it was such a gloomy day. I will not forget the first day that they called us in, and we thought, oh my God, this is the end of the world. It's the end of the world. And then we thought, well, maybe it's just going to be a couple of months. But here we are, 9 months out, and we're still doing mass testing. We're still in a state of emergency, and they talk about COVID fatigue, and we're all there. So vaccination gives us hope. It gives hope for everybody. And I'm really happy, really excited, and I hope everyone is going to take the vaccine so that we'll go into a state of normal, not any type of state of normalcy. I want to go back to normal, pre-COVID.
How do you feel that this is so close to Christmas? We're starting this so close to Christmas.
It's exciting. And I hope all of you are going to get the vaccine because, like I said, it gives us hope that we're going to get back to normal.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
No, it's okay.
So, Dr. Bob, you were talking about how nervous you were for the shot. So how did it feel? What's your reaction? Was it painful?
I expected a lot more pain. It was, like a little pinch, like the other vaccinations that I have gotten. So I was pleasantly surprised that it wasn't as painful as I thought it was going to be.
Right, and you were sitting there still so energetic, and your spirit was so alive despite the fears you might have had going into that.
I thought I was shaking like a leaf up there.
Well, you did good, and you did it. So, your next shot will be 3 weeks from now, then,
Yes.
correct?
About 21 days.
And is it a bigger needle?
No, it's the same. It's just that the side effects usually are a little bit more with the second dose. So I'm still a little bit apprehensive.
Okay, so we'll be checking in on you. And if you could also why would you encourage others to get vaccinated?
Well, like I said previously, the biggest reason is I really feel bad about these people that have passed away, over 100 on this island, without family support. That's not what Guam is. That's not what island life is. People are at the bedside for their loved ones. I can't imagine not being able to do that, to see your parents, your grandparents pass away. Not even to be able to honor them with a good funeral. So that's, I think, one of the biggest things that I look forward to with this vaccination is to go back to that norm.
Mm-hmm.
Plus a hugging and kissing. I'm going out to eat, watching a movie.
And something interesting that Zena mentioned right after she got the shot was that she doesn't want to go back to some sort of normalcy, but she wants to go back to normal.
Yes.
Do you foresee that as well?
Yes and no. For this particular pandemic, I think once we reach that percentage of herd immunity, then we can go back to normal, but we still should be, until then, doing our masks, social distancing, washing our hands, and be prepared for another one in case it happens. I mean, it took 100 years for the pandemic from 1918 till now, but I think with all this traveling, our next pandemic might be even sooner.
Definitely can't let our guard down, right?
Right. And I used to make, I thought that the Japanese and the Koreans were kind of strange wearing masks when they're traveling, and it was just the flu and stuff. But I think they were the smart ones.
And if I could just ask you, because you are a doctor, and this hasn't really been, I don't know if it's been clarified yet or if it has even been mentioned, but can someone still be infected with COVID in between the first and second dose? Do you know?
Yes, because with the first vaccine, I think they say about 55% get covered, but that means 45% won't respond. And then there are some people, especially those that are immunosuppressed, that may never respond to the vaccine. It's not this thing's not at 100%. Nothing is over 100%.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. We'll see if we can grab a reaction from Governor too right now.
Sir, what do you need?
We have the rest waiting over here. Okay. Unfortunately, we're getting kicked out now because they are opening up the clinic. So right here, sorry. This is where more recipients will be entering right here. And then, of course, coming here to the different tables that are set up for the vaccines. And then they go to stage 5 for the processing, the continued processing and the observation period. And I'm going to be waiting outside to try and get some more interviews.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Adriana.
Well, but if you want me to go over real quick, the people that were the very first to receive the vaccine, that was Dr. Bob or Rob Leon Guerrero. And then we had Dina, who is one of the lead nurses with public health. And then, of course, the director, Rob San Augustine.
All right. Thanks a lot, Adriana. We'll check back in with you.
I'll be checking in with you guys. All right, in about 30 minutes.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
All right, there you have it. Adriana Catero reporting live from Ukadu High School, where the very first 3 people got vaccinated with the Pfizer vaccine for COVID-19. They were Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero. He is a pediatrician, but he is also a doctor for public health. Zini Piscina, she is a nurse, and as you heard from Adriana, she has been at the forefront of the fight against community testing. Yeah. And then you have Director Art San Augustine. They got their vaccine, and then they're now moving over to the observation area where they're going to be observed for the next 20 minutes or so. And then we're going to check back in with Adriana at 9 o'clock. But we're going to head back into the Zoom room where we have the administrator for the Guam Economic Development Authority, Melanie Menjola. Good morning, Melanie. I think you need to unmute. There.
Good
there
morning.
You go. Good morning.
Happy day. Buenas, everyone.
What an exciting day today. Did you
Melanie,
see
it's a tough act to follow, man. Sorry.
I know. I used to work at UOG, and Dr. Underwood always used to say whenever there was a College of Nursing ceremony, he said, College of Nursing ceremonies always come with tears, because we're just so touched by the work that they do. And, I definitely felt that this morning when I was kind of listening to everything. I was like, oh my gosh, what a long road we've had about this.
And
that's something super emotional now, the economy.
I know. And that's the thing, right? We were dealing with the healthcare medical crisis, and then we've got the economic crisis, and that's where the Guam Economic Development Authority steps in along with the governor's economic panel of advisors. And so GITA has offered several different programs to help some of our local businesses that are struggling during this time. And if you could just kind of give us an update on the programs that GITA's put out and the response and the assistance that's been provided.
Sure. Well, so at the outset of at the outset of the pandemic, we already knew that businesses would be undergoing some serious difficulty. We saw this with the first round of closures back during the lockdown in March and April. And so in response, the governor set aside some money for us to launch a grant, which we called the Small Business Pandemic Assistance Grant. So it's kind of funny, you know, all these other programs, they all have Chamorro names like Azuday or Programa ni Auto Salapi. And they said, you know, they came to Gita, they said, what are you going to call the grant? And I said, the Small Business Pandemic Grant, because that's what it is. So we've managed to, so in the time that we've been running the Small Business Pandemic Grant, and mind you, the Small Business Pandemic Grant Program has been active this entire time. And so we've given out 2,338 grant awards totaling about $16.7 million. And so right now we still have about 100 applications kind of hanging out, but out of the applications, there were a number that were fraudulent, to be honest. You know, like we got a bunch from the mainland that kind of like, you're not a Guam business, you're not eligible. We have a few who just had pending documents who just never really kind of got up to date with never completed the process. And so we really believe right now we're trying to push out the last of it. And we're looking to do that probably by the end of this week, is to push out the last of these awards. I think we'll probably hit about 16,850 for these awards. And the awards have ranged from at the lower end of the averages were about 1,800, the higher end were 45,000. So depending on the size of the business, it was 25% of your average monthly GRT. So if your company earned $10,000 a month on average, then your award was $2,500. You know, we know this isn't a lot of money, and a lot of times it's not enough to, it's really not a lot to help you get past to weather the storm. But we did feel that it was significant. It would provide help for some of the basic necessities of these businesses, like keeping their lights on, keeping their power on, or getting caught up with their rent.
Can you say what kinds of businesses they were?
Sure. I mean, they were all across the board. So for the Small Business Pandemic Grant, eligibility was pretty open. So we had everything. We had professional offices, so law firms, CPAs. We also had brick and mortar stores. We also had home-based businesses. So folks selling things out of their homes, Sensi, stuff like that. We had a few of those. And so we had it across the board. I mean, we had awards that were very small and kind of obvious that maybe the person had another job. So, I mean, I signed one award and it was like $100. And I said, $100, that means they earn $400 on average a month, or less than 5,000 a year. They probably have a real job. But, and this is like the side hustle. But, you know, having said that, the pandemic touched all businesses. But you did have to face with this particular grant, you did have to have business interruption, meaning you actually had to have suffered during the pandemic. So there are some businesses that actually did well during the lockdown. And these were a lot of the essential businesses that had to stay open, that remained open. So they weren't eligible. It was only the businesses that actually experienced a decline during the lockdown.
Yeah, this is all CARES Act funding, right? For this particular program, and so I want to say you guys were allotted $20 million.
Yes, we were allotted $20 million, and then right around May or right around June or July, I want to say, we were really just kind of hanging out at the $12.8 million level. Nothing was happening. We weren't getting a whole lot of applications. If you can recall, that was sort of the first round of recovery, and then the second lockdown happened. Then we had another surge of applications. So what we did was, at the time we said we think that 14 million might be it for us, or 13 or 14. I can't remember the number. And so then the Office of the Governor said, okay, we're going to divert this money elsewhere to other needs under this pandemic. And so then when the second lockdown happened, we went back. And so they gave us $4 million back, and it's the same thing. We're kind of hanging out at the $16.7 million range for about, well over a month now.
And so there's another program, and this is for small business rent assistance grant.
Yes, small business rent relief. So this one actually, this was an idea of, I think that the people of Guam, I don't know if they recognize this by now, but they should, is that the governor and the lieutenant governor are very, they're very empathetic to what people are going through, and they listen to what the struggles of the small businesses. And I think a lot of small businesses, one of the pieces of feedback they gave was that it's really hard for them to make their rent. If they're only offering 25% capacity, or in the case of bars, they're not allowed to open at all. And yet they're still expected to do things like pay their rent. And so given that, the governor and the lieutenant governor opted to, they asked us, they said, can you work on like a rental assistance type of grant? So what we did was we looked at the data from our small business grant, and we said, how many people applied? How many of them fit into these specific categories? And what we launched was what we believe to be kind of a Main Street grant program for rental assistance. So this is where we took out, eligibility became very narrow. It became food and beverage only, brick and mortar retail, and brick and mortar personal services. So home-based businesses no longer qualified, professional offices. What we used as kind of some of the evaluating criteria was, we said, were they subject to closure or severe restriction, right? At some during one or both lockdowns. Is the work that they do the kind of work that can be done remotely? You can't get your hair cut over Zoom, obviously, right? And so for that reason, this was kind of what we did to target. We anticipated 400 or 500 businesses to be affected. And we asked the governor at the outset, we requested $5 million. She gave us 3 and then said, if you need more, come back to us. Because, the last thing we want is to get $5 or $6 million and then return 2, right? Mm-hmm. And so we asked for 3. And I'm actually happy to report we've actually blown through the $3 million, and we are asking for more as we speak. So we had about 1,000, a little over 1,000 applicants. And about out of those 1,000, about 750 were eligible. And out of those eligible applicants, we have about 500 that have eaten up $3.4 million. And so you see, we still have about 250 businesses we need to find money for. I mean, we have more than 250 because 3.4 million, that's 400,000 over the 3 million. Right? And so that's what I'm working on. That's my big project this week. Next.
Hey, Melanie, can I ask, I'm sorry if this has been covered before, I'm out of the loop, being in my little dungeon here, but the programs that you've had in place and the rent money that you're working on, those are great. And, there's hope there, but we're not out of this yet. So is there something in the works for maybe the next couple of months to kind of help ease us into that transition back into normalcy?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that Gita did in preparation was in preparation for just, we always want to be agile and ready. So if there's federal monies, I mean, we've shared this in meetings with the governor. I said, Gov, if you find yourself on December 29th and you have $5 million that you don't know what to do with, give it to me and I'll figure it out,
I think all of us can say that. Governor, if you have an extra $5 million, send it my way. I'll figure out what to do with it.
Yeah, so the big one for us has been kind of creating a system such that we can efficiently process volumes of if let's say there's a second round of CARES, or let's say there's CARES number 2, right? The federal government passes down in the next couple months. We want to be ready in the event she sets aside another round for small businesses. So that's one thing. And then from the perspective of just working towards rebuilding our economy, Gita has been working very closely with the Guam Chamber of Commerce, with the Guam Women's Chamber, and with other partners, nonprofits like GUMA, the Small Business Development Center. And we've been really just trying to attack just the rebuild of our industry at all levels. So back in November, we had a conference. It was a virtual conference called Taking the Leap. Mm-hmm. And we really aimed it at folks who had a side hustle who wanted to turn it into a main hustle. So, even seeing all this stuff on Instagram, right? The folks making like the baked goods and the charcuterie boxes and all those sorts of fancy things, right? And so we did this. And so we had this conference. We invited, we had partners like we had Rev Tax, DPW, and GFD come and talk about a path to permitting. So don't be intimidated and don't feel like this is, that you're removed from that. This is just a really difficult process. We're here to help. We're here to support. And we also had just a lot of entrepreneurs, so grassroots folks who went from doing backyards to going after commercial contracts as far as landscaping is concerned, some of our local designers and things. So it was a lot of, it was nuts and bolts, and it was inspiration, and it was geared at the startups, right? Yeah. And then from the perspective of industry building and industry development, we've been working very closely with the chambers, and that's to really look at diversifying our economy. And this has been something, ever since Governor Leon Guerrero came in, she said, we can't just rely on tourism and the military. And so she shared with me, I kind of thought she hired me because I was like, a smart gal. But then she goes, no, I want to work with farmers like you did at Farm to Table. I was like, oh, Gov, okay. And so, agriculture, aquaculture she's always been really keen on that. And so that was something we were working on pre-pandemic, that now the pandemic has just it's almost forced us to really push forward with these initiatives. And then with the chamber, reviving things that maybe never quite found traction 20 years ago, like alternative dispute resolution, so mediation, arbitration here in Guam. Let me see some other things. There's a lot of this movement and discussion about companies moving out of Hong Kong. So there's other Asian countries and Australia are all kind of targeting these Hong Kong corporates, mid-sized, medium-sized to large corporates to come to their jurisdiction to do business. And so the chamber and GITA, we believe that maybe Guam has some competitive advantage being, America in Asia, in this proximity to Asia. So those are some of the things that we're working on as far as the bigger picture of trying to rebuild our economy. And then, making borrowing easy, I think that's also something we worked on, but it was always kind of quiet at GITA because, a lot of times people want, I don't know about you guys, but free money is king, right? And then the borrowed money is like second. But I think that's one thing that there might be a bigger appetite for in 2021, might be businesses saying, I see the light at the end of the tunnel. I need to, sort out my cash situation. And so perhaps borrowing. And so we've done more with regard to our borrowing. Our lending here, we offer an interest-only at GITA. We offer an interest-only loan until 2022. So you can go to one of our partner banks, Bank of Guam, Bank Pacific, and Community First, and apply. It's our SSBCI program, or you can come straight to GITA if you get a declination from a bank. And this is for like an interest-only type of loan until 2022. So that's a really low payment until you start to kind of see some recovery. So we think that'll be helpful for some of the tourism industry, especially type businesses.
So we saw with public health, all the hope that with this vaccine today, which is pretty big. And you, from an economic standpoint, how hopeful are you guys for the next few months in the recovery?
Well, I think the people of Guam and businesses, I think business in Guam and business people in Guam are resilient. We've had over the last 30 years, you've had the Japanese economy go into recession. And their recession was like 10 years long, okay? And then you had our tourism industry diversify into the Korean markets. Now you're seeing tourism diversify maybe into Taiwan, maybe, and so on and so forth. We've had natural disasters, earthquakes, all of that kind of stuff. This is the first that we've had of this sort of this pandemic, and this was a long situation. This wasn't a typhoon, right? This is like a year-long typhoon.
Yeah.
And so I think that for the most part, Guam tracks the United States in a lot of ways. So in the States, you see the financial markets. You saw the market pull back at the outset of the pandemic, and then you saw it kind of come back. And then with the election, there was uncertainty again because all the Republicans are like, if Trump doesn't win, all the rich people are going to get poor and, all sorts of things. And so there was, again, a little bit of a pullback in the market, but then it came basically roaring back in a very bullish kind of environment we have right now for investment. The interest rates remain historically low. So if you talk to, I think, our local appraisers, they're going to tell you, like, they're having a hard time keeping up. I'm trying to, I don't know about you guys, but now's a good time to refinance your house.
Mm-hmm.
But if you call the bank because of the COVID restrictions, you're kind of like, okay, when can I get an appointment? 1 month. What if the interest rates go up, And so when I see things like that, when you see historically low interest rate, when you see a bullish financial market, and you say to yourself, is Guam more like the United States, or are we really unique and we're really just, so I think to myself, I said, I think on top of all those good things happening in the States, as far as the markets are concerned, you have this vaccination, or you have this vaccine, and you have an already resilient business community. And so I do think I think there's hope for our economy. I think there are some permanent changes that people should be adjusting to. I think that, one of the things that I noticed during our small business conference are businesses who were adaptive, businesses who adapted to technology quicker, right? Businesses who were agile, right? As far as servicing their customers, they did so much better than businesses who said, no, we're just going to close our doors and wait, or we're just going to wait, right? So I think given all those things, I think business people in general are resilient, and I think business people in general they're used to living on the edge, not like people like me, who need a job and a 401 and a insurance, they're used to living on the edge. And I think that if we support them, I think that if the Gita's out there, the chambers out there, and the governor, at which she is supportive, if we support them, then there's a lot of hope for them in the next year.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to get an update. There was one other program. It was established through an executive order, and it was to help medical clinics. I think the tier 1s and the tier 2s. What's the update on that?
Yeah, that one, I think that was a small one. The governor set aside $2 million for that. I believe we helped. I believe that touched, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I believe that touched something like 25 or so clinics that applied. You had to be a brick and mortar facility, either a clinic or of medical services or mental health services. And so that community is relatively small, if you think about it, because a lot of doctors here who do double duty, right? They're like a hospitalist at GMH, and then they have participate in a practice over here. And so we're just about wrapped up. That one had a deadline of on December 11th, I believe it was. And so since then, right now we've doled out all the awards for that, and we are now just at, I think we have a few that are asking for that one as well. You needed to have interruption, so your business needed to have gone down during this pandemic period, and so we do have a few reconsiderations from clinics who were turned down initially and then have come back. So we're working through that with them, and hopefully by the probably end of the week, early next week, we'll have them sorted out.
Mm-hmm. Is it too late for any of these businesses to apply for some of the programs funded by the CARES Act?
Okay. Yes and no. Yes, it's too late because all the deadlines have passed. However, if you have your act together, as in you have all your documents in order today, like if you say, Mel, I got all my GRTs, I have an updated business license, I have my landlord ready to sign off and say, and you can turn all those things in today, then we'll probably put you in the running. for the small business pandemic grant, what I guess where we are though at this point in time is for both the small business and the rent relief, you're at the back of the line here. So even though we accept your application today, the money may be exhausted by the time it gets to you. So, it's kind of up to businesses to that's something they'd like to do.
Mm-hmm. So people are listening and they want to get more information. Just call Gita, right, or email.
Oh yes. So they can reach us at 647-4332, or our website is www.investguam.com.
Mm-hmm. Well, you guys are meeting. The board is scheduled to meet this afternoon. What's on the agenda for today?
Yes, we're meeting this afternoon at 1:30. On the agenda today, I will be giving the board an update about our grant programs. I kind of think that's it. I don't think we have anything really pressing today. Yeah, just kind of end of the calendar year type of reporting. We're also going to be discussing next steps. So again, back to our virtual conference, we had 150 attendees, and we did a post-conference survey. And one of the pieces of feedback we got was a lot of them wanted more training on e-commerce, digital marketing, and things like that. And so talking to the board about how they'd like to press forward with that. So some of the ideas are, should Gita contract out some training services? Or should we have organizations apply for a special grant to conduct training or coaching or mentoring to these businesses, or do we do it ourselves and look for some good folks to provide these trainings? So we're going to be talking a little bit about that today as well.
All right, thanks a lot, Mel, for coming on the show, and Merry Christmas. Any holiday messages to the people of Guam?
I think just from the team at Gita, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and hang in there. We are all in this together, and we're here for you. And so we look forward to the new year, and we hope that people kind of keep in touch with us and let us know what if you're a small business and you have some strong feelings about what we should be doing, then of course speak up, reach out to us, and we always want to hear from feedback from the community. And so that's pretty much it.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mel. Merry Christmas to you and your family and everybody over there at Gita.
All right. All of you as well. Okay. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Stay safe. That was Melanie Manjola. She's the administrator over at the Guam Economic Development Authority, just kind of giving us an update on all of the programs that Gita has been offering to local businesses that have been suffering, and also just even for employees out there and people of Guam to help train them up and get them ready for Guam's when the economy recovers. If you have any questions or want any information about the programs over at Gita, their email or their website is www.investguam.com. You can also give them a call, 647-4332. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to head back out to Ukadu High School and check in with Adriana Castro. Stay tuned.
You overcame the challenges of this day and age and showed the world that our spirit of Inafat Malik is unbreakable. Siduas Maasi to all our community partners who helped the KUAM Care Force in giving back this year. And thanks to you especially, the people of Guam. Your kindness and generosity gave hope to so many in need this year. Let Giving Tuesday be the spark that keeps the spirit of generosity going throughout the year.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the car score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the car score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Hey kids! With the best holiday of the year approaching, KUAM has arranged a way for you to make sure Santa knows what you want for Christmas. Santa and Mrs. Claus have set up a virtual mailbox at KUAM.com with help from your friends at Dial Rent to Own. This is a chance for you to write your very own letter to Santa. Have an adult download the letter form, fill it out with your Christmas wishes, and send it in to us at letterstosanta@KUAM.com. Santa will read every letter submitted, but you may be chosen to join our Christmas Zoom party where you get to talk to the big guy himself on December 19th. If you're chosen, you will receive a special emailed invitation for you to attend the virtual fun. Stay informed with the stations and platforms of KUAM for all the details and make sure you are being nice and not too naughty from today until Santa comes to visit. Letters to Santa is brought to you by Dial Rent to Own and all the L's at KUAM.
Merry Christmas! Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and its community partners, McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, and the Guam Museum want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, the Guam Museum, and KUAM Communications. Breaking news! This just in, Santa has a combined $4,000 to give away for Guam's best outdoor holiday display. Submit your outdoor display for a chance to win cash prizes. All submissions will be posted on our Facebook page, and the top 10 most liked pictures or videos wins a special cash prize to make your season even brighter. Visit KUAM.com for more details. Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Here 903, we are at KUAM FM in Hagåtña, Guam. It's Breeze 93.9 FM. The Link. We are back. Remember the show proudly brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and also I-Teen-E. And we're back with your hosts, Sabrina Salas, Matt Tanani, Andy Wheeler in the Zoom room, Jason Salas and Joe Sir and myself. Welcome back to the show.
Welcome back. We're going to head to Ukadu in just a moment, but I'm getting messages just to give everybody a heads up that if you are planning to go to Andersen Air Force Base, the Andersen front gate is closed. If you want to get to the main base, you need to go through the back gate. They will turn you around at the north gate. Again, if you are heading towards Andersen Air Force Base, the front gate is closed. You're going to have to go to, I want to say it's the back road. You need to go through the back gate. All right, so that's happening at Andersen Air Force Base. We're going to check out what's happening over at Ukadu High School, where Adriana Cotero is live. Good morning, Adriana.
Good morning. I am here joined with the Department of Public Health PIO, Janela Guerrero, who's going to explain to us a little bit about moving forward now. So this is the first day for the vaccine. So tomorrow it's expected to go until Saturday, correct? So can you give us a little bit of details on what the process will be moving forward?
Yeah, so we're here till 3 p.m. Today, and then tomorrow it's from 9 to 3. Same process. We have the 5 stations. We open the doors at 9 o'clock at the main entrance. Right now we're kind of on the cafeteria entrance. This is going to be the exit. So after they're monitored for about 20 minutes, they'll exit from here. So we have the 5 stations, the pre-screening, and then they'll get the screening. That's station 2, and then station 3 is triage. Station 4 is where they'll actually receive the shot. And then station 5 is where they'll be monitored for about 15 to 30 minutes just to make sure they don't have any adverse reactions. And if that all goes well, then we can send them home. But of course, if they develop any other symptoms after they're sent home, then we advise them to seek medical attention. But today was just, again, it was just a historic day. We had 3 people, all getting the shot, receiving the shot, all at the same time. We're so glad that it all went well. We had a nurse, a doctor, and then one of our management, Arts and Augustine. So we had Cynthia Mesa, Dr. Leon Guerrero, and then of course Arts and Augustine.
Yeah, that was kind of a curveball. I wasn't expecting 3, and especially the director. Can you tell us the status? How are they doing now? Because we know that they went to be observed for 30 minutes. So how are they?
They're doing great. In fact, I spoke with the nurse, Cynthia Mesa, who's actually our nurse resource command. So at every single, outreach that we have, every mass testing that we have, she's there. She's leading the nurses. She does a briefing at every outreach. She gets them pumped up and energized. And so for her to be the one to receive that first shot, it's very significant, you know. But I spoke to her afterward and I asked her, you know, how are you feeling? And she's like, you know, I feel fine. You know, it didn't hurt. It feels like just a normal day. And so she's back to work now, leading the nurses again.
And she was very emotional. Maybe it was a sense of relief for her.
Exactly.
And I know it even gave me chills watching her cry and speak about the journey a bit. Can you tell us how those 3 individuals were chosen?
Right. So, you know, initially we were thinking, you know what, it would be great, you know, if we could have a nurse, because we know and we recognize that nurses have been leading the fight against COVID-19 here in our island and around the world. They've been in the front lines, you know, defending against this deadly virus. And we thought, what a great opportunity to have a nurse, you know, the face of getting this campaign forward, this getting vaccinated campaign forward. But we also thought, you know, it'd also be great to have a doctor. And we really want the community to put some trust into this vaccine. And then a management person, somebody at the top level who would also lead the campaign to get the word out, spread the word about getting vaccinated. And Art St. Augustine is, you know, the top official at public health, you know, and he would be responsible also for spreading that word. So I think the 3 of them all at the same time, simultaneously receiving the vaccine and the shots going in their arms all at the same time speaks volumes about, you know, getting the community to buy some trust into this vaccine. So, you know, and it was sort of somewhat of a last minute decision, you know, and it worked out really well. So we're really glad that all 3 of them agreed, you know.
And united force, definitely.
Exactly.
And can you give us a breakdown of how many vaccines will be distributed today and then also tomorrow and at the different sites? Because it'll be at Guam Memorial Hospital and GRMC, correct?
Right. So I believe GMH is setting up to start distributing their vaccines today, as well as GRMC. I'm not exactly sure on the number. I think they're positioned to distribute about 200. I'm not exactly sure on the number that GRMC is going to be distributing. I have to get the exact number that we're prepared to distribute today. But of course, we are asking, you know, those healthcare workers, the list that we have put together for that phase 1A category, you know, please come on over. We're here till 3 p.m. today. And then of course, tomorrow 9 to 3 and Saturday 9 to 3. So we'll be here if you want to come out, make time. I know you guys are also busy working, but if you can make time to come on by, get that vaccine, and then, you know, spread that word to the community, those who are also in the healthcare. I know there's some hesitancy. There may be some pushback, but, you know, as you can see, so far, everything's been, you know, moving well, going well. We haven't seen any adverse reactions. As you heard from our lead nurse, Dr. Bob and Art St. Augustine, they're all feeling fine. Of course, there may be some side effects that you might feel from the vaccine, but that's all expected, right? That's all anticipated. So, but you know, if you're hesitant and you want to do more research, you know, that's all up to you. If you don't want to take the vaccine right now, that's totally fine. We understand that there may be some hesitancy, but we do encourage people because this is just one step in that fight against COVID-19.
And because this is voluntary, what have some of the surveys shown amongst the different healthcare workers, as well as GFD, GPD, first responders, frontliners on the willingness to take the vaccine?
Right. So, you know, with the EMS, those are the firefighters, we did do a survey, and of the 200 that were surveyed, about 90% of them actually showed interest. So that was a really great rate, you know, of interest in receiving the vaccine. And then for GMH and GRMC, there were about 1,600 that were pre-identified to receive the vaccine. And for GMH, I believe with their staff who were identified to receive the vaccine, about 70 to 72% of them said that they would be willing to receive the vaccine. So that's also a good, showing of interest in the vaccine. So we're actually really excited and happy with the turnout of those surveys. And we're seeing people coming in. We had a line this morning. So we're really excited and we're very hopeful that we continue to see people coming in to receive the vaccine.
Will the healthcare workers working here right now in Ukadu be receiving the vaccine today?
If they want to, they're more than welcome to. If they want to take a break from, if they're vaccinators or processors, nurses, if they want to take a break during work in the middle of this, they're very much more than welcome to go and get in line and receive the vaccine as well.
Okay, and any word on when the next batch will be coming in, and also with Moderna, because we know that that's awaiting FDA approval. So what will be the plan for that?
Right. So with the order that we placed for the second shipment, which we just placed, I think it was yesterday or the day before, 7,800. The anticipated timeline would be about 3 to 5 days. So any day now we could be receiving our second order, and of course, once we receive that, we'll start making plans to distribute and vaccinate, the other tiered or other phases of the groups that were identified. And then for the Moderna, once that receives EUA approval, then we would also be anticipating, well, actually with that one, I'm not sure what the timeline for shipping is, but I know for Pfizer, it was 3 to 5 days. For Moderna, I'm not sure what the time frame is for shipping, but hopefully that'll also be just a short time frame for a ticket. But with the Pfizer, I know that the short time frame was because of the ultra cold, freezer time frame, right? So for Moderna, it might not be as quick, but hopefully it gets here in a shorter amount of time as well.
And as we're seeing people leave here today, what will the monitoring be going forward? If you could just go over that as well from public health side.
So the second dose has to be within 21 days. So of course, we'll contact them and remind them that they have a second dose. And we will likely, I'm not sure if it's going to be another clinic that we'll do for that 21 days for those who receive it today. But if they do develop symptoms, they can contact their private physicians or contact us. And of course, if it's a severe reaction, we encourage them to seek medical attention right away or contact 911 in the event that it's that type of emergency.
And something that, Governor Lulian Guerrero mentioned whenever she had made the announcement was that she had just got off the phone with President-elect Joe Biden discussing moving forward with the United and in unison and a united front. Do you have any other details from that conversation at all?
No, we weren't aware of that, but we're just as excited to hear that, she had just gotten off a phone call with the president-elect on her way or right before she came here. And we're very much, just to hear on a historic day like this, where we administer the first dose, and to hear that the president-elect, the incoming president, is giving his support to healthcare workers, to public health officials, to the island of Guam, to the people of Guam, when we're at a time in history, in our nation, our island, where we are looking forward to putting an end to this pandemic. It's really significant. It's such a booster to our morale. So this whole year has just been such a downer, but to get that and then to administer the doses, I think right now in this entire pandemic is probably the morale for public health is really at an all-time high, despite all the challenges we've faced throughout this entire year.
Right. We saw Lieutenant Governor and Zena both get very emotional describing the long process. So can you explain a little bit how the process has been for you personally and how you're feeling?
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's been such a crazy ride. But, as a communications person, as a public information officer, it's my duty and my responsibility to ensure that the public is informed, stays informed, that we stay transparent as much as possible. And anytime that the media, the public comes knocking, asks for information, I try to make myself as available and as accessible as possible. Even if I don't have the information at my fingertips, I will try my best to get that information to you. I think it's important for the public to be aware, for the public to know what's going on. But, without our media partners, we can't do this. Personally, I am in awe of our healthcare workers. I tell you, at every outreach, our nurses, our support staff are just amazing. Whenever we have an outreach, they have to be up. They have to be there at 4 or 5 in the morning. Sometimes we get the notice a day before, 2 days before. Hey guys, we have an outreach. Are you guys up for the challenge? Sometimes they don't even get asked, and no complaints whatsoever. I'm not kidding. No complaints whatsoever. None of us ever say, "Oh man, another outreach." We are at the ready, and it amazes me the people that I work with at Public Health. We are never, down. We're always there, and this is coming from my personal perspective of, my time here at Public Health. They're just such a great group of people to work with, amazing people to work with, and I'm just so proud to be part of this amazing team.
Truly a labor of love.
Yes.
Definitely. And thank you so much for always being so accessible. Janelle, I know you've answered my calls and messages whenever I reach out. Was there ever a point that you felt or maybe started losing a little bit of hope throughout this journey?
That's a great question. You know what? I don't think so. I really don't. No, I never lost hope. And I think that's because, from the get-go, everybody at Public Health has always been so supportive, has always been energetic, and we've always had something to look forward to, whether it's an outreach, whether it's more testing, because we know we had enough tests to be doing, whether it's more information to push out to the community, which I know is always so, for me, it's exciting. It's like, okay, this is the new information. I can't wait to share this, So there's always something to look forward to, and that always gives me hope.
Now, if I could ask real quick, will the second dose be also distributed here at Okadu?
That I don't know yet. We haven't decided on where, after the 3 days is up here, we haven't decided yet where the next temporary vaccination clinic will be. We'll probably regroup after all of this is done, and probably choose where our next venue will be. If DOE is gracious enough to allow us to use Okadu again, hopefully we can, because if you look at the venue, if you look at the setup here, it's such an open space, then maybe we'll choose Okadu again.
Okay. All right. Before I sign out of here, any updates with quarantine or any additional updates across the board from Public Health?
I know that with regards to quarantine, the administration, I know Crispin has mentioned that it is something worth revisiting as we see our cases moving toward a downward trend. Our CAR score is down. And also, with the vaccines now here, it is worth something revisiting. But as it stands now, the quarantine protocols remain in effect the way they are. It's status quo. But perhaps, in the next few weeks or months, it is probably something worth revisiting.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you again, Janella.
Of course. Anytime. Thanks, Adriana.
Thank you. All right, guys. That was Janella Carrera, the Department of Public Health spokeswoman. And she is heading back in there into Okadu. And as she mentioned, that they will continue distributing vaccines until 3 p.m. this afternoon.
All right. Thanks a lot, Adriana. We'll see you when you get in later today.
You got it. Bye, guys.
Right. Bye. Okay, Adriana Cotero live from Okadu High School, where the distribution of the vaccine has begun. Public Health will be there, as she said, until 3 o'clock this afternoon. The first 3 people on Guam were given the vaccination. They are all with the Department of Public Health. Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero, he is a pediatrician, but he's also a physician for Public Health. Zena Piscina, she is a registered nurse, and as Janella mentioned, she has been, I guess you could say, at almost every single community testing that's happened. She's been basically the lead nurse at public health and all of the community events that they've had. Then you had the director, Art San Augustine, who was also one of the 3 that got the vaccination this morning. And so today is the first day. Public health will continue conducting the vaccination distribution Friday and Saturday. And one thing that the governor has said, Lieutenant Governor has said, public health has said, is that just because the vaccine is on Guam, it doesn't mean that we should go out. What did she say? The governor, party hardy. Yesterday during our interview, we still have to wear a mask, watch our distance, and of course, wash your hands. And I always, whenever I say that, I can't believe I'm saying that. Like, people should be washing their hands.
Yeah, we have to remind people at this point in this pandemic, but you have to, because, you know, the first batch, okay, healthcare providers, those with the comorbidities, and then they work down the phases. So it's going to take us some time for the entire island to be vaccinated. And then when everybody's vaccinated that is able to get it and we're all kind of set, then we can start, you know, really getting the ball rolling as far as opening up.
Yeah.
But you saw there, Bree, when they were getting their vaccinations in the interview with Zena, how emotional she got. I mean, you know, the tears, because the nurses, the doctors are exhausted throughout this whole pandemic. They don't get to, you know, take that time off. They don't get to get furloughed. You know, they're not, okay, we're going to shut down for this. They constantly, 24/7, nurses, doctors, healthcare professionals, everyone that works at those medical facilities has been working. So you saw it right there in Xena. That just puts, you know, it really encapsulates this whole year that the nurses are just worn out. They're ready for things to start easing up. So we can all feel that. I mean, I got goosebumps when they were getting the vaccines, because it's just, you know, it was 3 people. It's a handful of people today, but it's the beginning of that process of getting us all back to the lives that we want. So pretty big day, man. I'm glad to be here with it.
I can appreciate what Andy just said, because, I mean, you know, the people that were chosen and the people who stepped up first and did it, you know, I mean, if you want to look at the symbolism of that, it was the agency's director, it was a very well-respected physician with Dr. Bob, and it was Xenia, who is wildly popular with the nursing community. You know, she's a leader in that community. She is universally respected on Guam for her knowledge of medicine and for her compassion and her body of work. So the agency wants to make a big, bold statement that they are leading from the front. And they were like, you know, we are, you know, some of the many leaders in this agency, and we're gonna do it first. And by that merit, we're encouraging you that you do the same. You know, the governor said yesterday, she goes, by no means are we saying this is mandated. It is strictly optional. But, you know, she's highly encouraging everybody to do it. And she's like, if you don't want to, you're more than welcome to either opt out or kind of like, you know, just stand aside for the moment if you're one of those people who needs more data. But she's like, but like Bree just said, please continue to do what you have to do, because as more and more people do get vaccinated and use the hashtag, you know, #VaccinateGU and that whole thing, you know, this doesn't mean we are out of the woods. And Annette Uggin said, I believe yesterday, we've got a story on her by Tyler on KUM.com, and she was like, it's going to be still several months until we are in what some people might consider to be like good shape. On that note, I wanted to bring in this comment, very appropriate, from JD Torres in our comment stream, and he goes, make sure that Lou Leon Guerrero, the governor, and Janela, who we just heard from, get their first vaccine shot before testing it on residents. That's a really good comment. I mean, some people might see that as, you know, like as a snipe or a snark, but I mean, you know, he makes the point again, leading from the front. The governor, JD, yesterday actually said, because you asked her that, Brie, and you said, you know, you've already had the virus, will you still get the shot? And she said, I believe I've got the antibodies within me. Some people say it may last for 3 weeks. Some people may say 3 months, 3 years. But she said because she's already immune to a certain degree, she would get the... she would take the vaccine. She just doesn't want to get in the way of other people who may need it more than her. So she still says she's more than willing to get it. And Chris, when he was here last week, asked Janelle, are you going to get the vaccine yourself? And she's got 2 small children. And she goes, absolutely.
And you also said that you would get the vaccine.
I'm first one up. You know, like I got to take care of my mom. My mom's in her 70s and everything. So, I mean, that's my major motivation right there. I mean, Joe Sir's got two young school-age children. You've got, a young son. Vic, are you? Where do you stand? Are you still on the fence, or?
I'm at 50-50. I mean, if we're down the line, if it's available,
and that's fair,
and I'll take it. But if there's more people out there who need it, I'll let them go. Take the vaccine, and then when a possibility comes up, I'll take it.
Oh, okay. Then that's a very good perspective too. It's
that's something in that Rotary meeting last week. The CNMI governor, because they asked him if he would take it, and he said. Yeah, he would, but just like the governor, I mean, he didn't have COVID, but he said that he had been out during this whole time, during the pandemic, and he was witnessing and watching his frontliners over there and what they were going through, the anxiety, the stress, and just, working nonstop, and then the impact it was having on their families. And he said, I'll take it after they take it, and it's not about let me see what kind of reaction. It's because they need to be the ones to be vaccinated before
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing. With the governor, even on a international level, is take care of the healthcare providers. So if they're not around to take care of us, we're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
So take care of them. Take care of those that are high risk, that are able to take it. And you saw talk of. People, VIPs, rich people possibly jumping the line, the MLB, the NBA, they want to get their leagues going. So there was talk like, well, can they just buy a bunch? But we're not seeing that. We're seeing people that, your rightful place in line. And like the governor said, she possibly immune for the moment. So no need for her to jump the line. Let's take care of these healthcare workers. Let's take care of those that are high risk. We want our Manamku to make it through this safely. So I think we're going about it properly. Everybody's using some pretty good sense as far as actually getting the virus, or the vaccine. So I'm pretty happy to see that.
And again, this is just the first dose. This Pfizer vaccine, it's a 2-dose regimen. So they take their first dose, and then 3 weeks after, they take the second dose, and we're waiting for the second batch, I guess, to come in. But then there's also the Moderna vaccine that the FDA is expected to approve any day now, and once that happens, then that shipment will be arriving to Guam, and that's also a 2-dose regimen.
If I could just bring this in, guys, Robert Torres has a really intriguing question. He goes, have they surveyed the Department of Corrections to see how many inmates are volunteering to get vaccinated? We can bring Anton on. We might do that tomorrow maybe and ask him about that. I would think that maybe with the inmates in the prison population, that might be mandated.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I see it on the
list,
right?
Yeah.
Again, and just so everybody knows that there is the priority groups that have been identified. There are 3 different priority groups. For priority group 1, there's 3 different phases. So at the top is the healthcare personnel. It's followed by the residents of long-term care facilities. These are individuals having direct or indirect exposure to COVID-19 or infectious materials requiring long-term specialized inpatient care. Then after that, it's 1B. These are essential workers. Their key role to ensure essential functions are running with difficulty to socially distance while on duty. Then you have phase 1C. That are people with comorbidities in elderly adults diagnosed with high-risk medical conditions, predisposed to severe illness, underserved communities, or are 65 years of age or older. After that, you have phase 2, and that is the remainder of the individuals that weren't given the vaccine in phase 1, and then other critical populations, again, essential workers, underserved population, general population, and then phase 3, that takes it's the remainder of phase 2. So
I can't, I got to repeat, Bree. I said this yesterday. I've said it online. If you're not sure if you should take it, given the option, ask your doctor. That is the best way. Your doctor knows your medical history. Your doctor knows all your allergies, everything that might relate to the vaccine. So ask your doctor. Don't ask Facebook. Don't go by an article you read. Don't go by a YouTuber. Ask your doctor if you're thinking about it, and to make sure that you're safe and able to get it.
Right. And we, of course, will be putting out more information that you need to know about the vaccines. But first, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and talk about the quarantine Christmas concert.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and its community partners, McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, and the Guam Museum want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, the Guam Museum, and KUAM Communications. Breaking news! This just in, Santa has a combined $4,000 to give away for Guam's best outdoor holiday display. Submit your outdoor display for a chance to win cash prizes. All submissions will be posted on our Facebook page, and the top 10 most liked pictures or videos wins a special cash prize to make your season even brighter. Visit KUAM.com for more details.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
show probably brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and IT&E, and we are back for the last half of the show with your hosts, Sabrina Salas Matanani, Jason Salas, and the Zoom room. We had Andy Wheeler and a full Zoom party here on the show. So let's get to this, guys. Welcome to the show.
I cannot wait to start this interview because, you know, I mean, the Laddie-Tones have really made a name for themselves, not just as this UOG chorale, but as a standard island institution of, like, just amazing vocalists and everything. We got Dr. Randall Johnson, who I have known for a very long time, since my time at UOG. We may, Doc, have even been at a karaoke bar in Tamuning once or twice at the same time. We were in different groups, but I remember you absolutely owning the joint.
Was that a question directed towards me?
Yeah. Yeah. So very fine work, obviously, that you're doing with the Laddie-Tones program over there. And I'm just really excited to see how you guys are going to do this concert, basically, you know, for the enjoyment of the community, especially because, you know, there's so many people and so many musicians trying to have, you know, performances and, like, you know, can we do this remotely? Can we all sync up? Do we have to pre-record and everything? So tell us about, you know, what the lineup is and what the format is.
Yeah. We actually have quite a few things going on, but just reiterating what you said about the difficulty, which is really at some level kind of fun with what you can do by pre-recording things that you couldn't do live. The band, for instance, we don't have a complete 18-piece band, but you don't need it if you're going to pre-record. So you just have one trombone player, and he just plays all 5 trombone parts. So the band sounds maybe the best they've sounded in decades. It's really quite. And I don't think they should ever play live again.
Nice. We're all about quality control here on the show.
What's that?
We're all about quality control here. Yeah, if we could go back in time and erase our mistakes on this show, yeah, we'll pre-record everything.
Exactly. So how it works is I send out guide tracks to the choir. They all learn things on their own. They send me back their parts with no background and noise in it. And that's difficult for the members because they have to get away from their brothers and sisters and dogs and chickens and rain on the tin roof and traffic and fire engines and try and find a place to record. So they go through their own little difficulties with that. Then I compile that. I've got another videographer friend of mine that I pay in food and alcohol that puts the video together. She's actually temporarily out of work as a wedding videographer. So it takes each piece, one choir piece takes at least 3 weeks to put together.
Yep.
So and we do a finale piece here. Santa Claus is Coming to Town. That is really fun because we have the whole band, and then we have the choir, and we even have some guest appearances at the end by Shelby Weilbacher's little sister, which is the most charming little 8-year-old girl singing that you'd ever want to hear. Really super fun. But quick rundown on what's going on, you know, on our Q cubed. It's easier to say triple cubed or Q cubed or QQQ. Who can pronounce correctly the quarantine Christmas concert?
Quarantine Christmas concert.
Concert. And so it's lighthearted as it should be at this time of year. It's fun. We've got the choir for several pieces. The band also has their own individual piece. We have guitar. We have soloists in there too, from our solo lessons that we have at the university. So we've got a half a dozen singers. We've got 5 piano players. We've got a trio of Aria and the Chickmunks that is really quite cute. And I think a late entry with a flute trio with a flautist playing accompaniment with herself is also coming on board if she gets her file in on time. I'll try to get it in the concert. And there's also a dancing Santa Claus that is a recurrent theme that is video bombing and quite a few of the videos.
Very
Chad
nice.
is one.
Oh,
He's
so
doing
you guys are the one that made Zoom and like implement that like security measure because the whole video bombing thing. So it was you guys that made that happen. All right. See, we get things done on Guam.
That's you know, you got to make some of these things fun while you have the opportunity. Next year, if you want to go to the holiday concert, you'll have to drive to UOG, buy a ticket, and it'll just be live, and we'll make all kinds of mistakes. This time it will be air free and it's free, and you can stay at home, open up your favorite beverage, and be critical with your friend, going, "Wow, hey, why they do that? I could have done that better." So you know, it's like when I watch a movie. I prefer watching movies at home so I can be critical.
There
I
you
don't
go.
like going to the. I have to be quiet for an hour and a half.
Spoken like a true academic. But well, Doc, we do have 3 of your amazingly talented performers. We got Chad Uggan, Michaela Oliva, and Anthony Carino. Hi guys, and may I just ask, because I have wanted to give the Laddie Tones props for so many months right now, because I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, UOG had this it was a telethon that they did, and they were raising money that they were providing for the personal protective equipment over at the hospital, and you guys did a rendition. And can you guys raise your hands if you were part of that when you did the song from Joker? Okay, so Chad was in it. Oh my God, dude! I'm a news anchor. Right? I've been doing this for 21 years, so I don't show emotion for anything. You guys absolutely broke me, man. I was in tears, Chad. Outstanding job. I mean, I love that song, "Smile," and I'm thinking about it right now. I'm done.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it so much.
That was our very first virtual choir piece. Was "Smile."
That was incredible. So
yeah, it's like.
So Chad, tell us about that. What was that like?
It's crazy, you know. Like the first time when we actually had the virtual choir and everything, it was obviously brand new and everything. Everyone's still getting used to it, and it was really a challenge. And we were just so grateful that it turned out the way it did, and it turned out even more amazing than we expected it. And I just want to like shout out Doc and his amazing editor once again on everything that they've been doing since this whole pandemic has started on this island. And thank you so much, Doc.
Hey, it's just part of the job. I only do it because I'm paid.
My apologies. I didn't actually watch the Joker, so I was very confused. But I do know Chad and Tony and I were all part of that. The first one. we're returnees of the Laddie Tones. We're one of the OGs, I want to say.
It was amazing. How was it trying to record your parts when Andy's on the Zoom call right now. He's an experienced radio guy, and he's done, musical performances. He's hosted concerts, for a couple of decades now. But how was it to actually record your own parts when you don't have that sense of, proximity, and you can play off and you can get a feel and the vibe for, your fellow performers, and you're doing things basically all solo and you're tracking yourself?
So sorry, Chad.
No, my bad.
There's some good and some bad in it. Like you said, it is really hard to kind of get a feel of how you want this song to sound. Blending is also a pretty big issue when you can't hear the other members. But, if you make a mistake, you don't have to start over. You can just start where you made the mistake and just continue on, so you don't have to keep going back and forth. So that's really cool.
Yeah, and the same thing with the whole getting the whole vibe of everything. Like, of course, since we are doing it by ourselves and it's pre-recorded and everything, we're not having the whole, the vibe of having all your classmates, your friends, the members of Laddie Tones being next to us, and we're getting like hyped and everything. So it's really challenging to make sure that the recording is also very lively. Also very, the sound is just as amazing as it would be if it were live right in front of you. Because, whenever you record or something, you sometimes want to just get it as professional as possible, but you lose the whole control. The whole amazingness of a live performance, And that's one thing that was always so challenging at least for me, whenever I try to record something, I always try to make it as lively and as hyped up as possible whenever I try to give in a recording.
And even with like recording videos, it's really hard to perform like you're performing in front of an audience when you're sitting in your room and recording by yourself, because performers usually feed off of their audience, you know? So just trying to like, okay, just imagining that there's an audience in front of you, that they're hyping you up. It's really hard, but you know, it's pretty fun too, I would say.
I think that issue of performing has been, you know, it varies through the group, and these three students are very good about performing and putting in energetic things. You know, Michaela will even record. Once on one recording, she actually put a hose up on the roof and pretending it was raining and was dancing in the rain during part of a song where that was appropriate. Chad always kind of overacts, which is great, because on the video you kind of need to show more energy, I think. So, but it's not universal through the group. I mean, I'm adamant that we try and do creative things even in this kind of weird condition that we're in now, that the things you accomplish now through a little bit of difficulty will be more valuable for you later. And all these students have these recordings that they can show 10 years later and say, when their kids say, hey, Dad, hey, Mom, you know, what did you do during the great pandemic of 2022, depending on how long it goes. So, and some of the students have more difficulty with that because they're going through little bits of depression. You know, I have to call them up. Other students call them up. These three help encourage other people to keep their attitude up, keep things going, not crawl in the corner of the room and wait until it's all over. So it is challenging to keep everybody's attitude going, and I'm really proud of you.
Let's hear from Anthony here. Get
think
your
he's saving his
perspective,
voice for the
Anthony,
gig.
on, like Doc was saying, and Chad and Michaela, the challenges that come along with pre-recording this.
Oh, well, I definitely had to come up with creative solutions for how I had to record my things, because I live in a pretty crowded household, and it gets very loud. And during our first semester, when the pandemic still started, I had to record inside of a closet so that I could get that good soundproofing. And then when my closet broke sometime in the middle of this semester, I decided, like, what else can I do? So I purchased a futon out of a recommendation from Doc, and I used that and I folded it so that it could act as more soundproofing too. So I had to come up with all those solutions. And when I started, I didn't have like a good microphone or anything like something like this. I actually just had my iPad microphone held up to my face, maybe like 6 inches away, just so I could get that kind of sound. And it took some time to get used to, for sure.
You know, whatever it takes to get the right sound, man. If it takes a futon, if you got to take like a half empty box of corn pops and everything, like hold it up so you get like just that right amount of muffle. I mean, that's really cool. So. Okay, so how when and where should people pencil off in their schedule so they can make sure they can check out another outstanding performance from the Laddie Tones, Doc?
Okay.
Okay. Well, you can go check out our Instagram, our Twitter. We have social media: Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and also TikTok, under all one name, UOG Laddie Tones. We have all the information there. You guys go to zoom.com/QQQ is the link for the concert this Friday and Saturday. At what time, Doc, is the concert again?
7:30.
Yes, so if you want to go check that out, once again, it's UOG Laddie Tones on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. We post all the time on there. And if you want to get live updates on anything that's happening with the Laddie Tones, even we have a YouTube channel that has all the performances. So once the concert is done, we will have all the performances that are being premiered and showcased on the concert. If you by any chance miss it, it will be uploaded to the YouTube channel, same name, UOG Laddie Tones, an hour later.
Nice.
So you can all enjoy the amazing performances by all the college students.
Well, guys, I just want to throw...
follow the band. Sorry.
Go ahead,
the
please.
band is also under Instagram, Manila Hot Jazz. So you can also follow them for more information.
Nice. I just want to throw in one thing because, like I was saying, the Laddie Tones, it's a program now, and you get so many people that come into it. They learn so much. They give back to previous generations. We have an alumni from the UOG Laddie Tones, our friend Glenn Lujan, who says he was at UOG, and he says, "Hi, Doc. I, too, was a university singer back in the late 90s while attending Triton U." And he goes, "It was an amazingly fun class. We even went to Saipan to perform, and I have nothing but awesome memories about that." Glenn, what do you not do? He says he prays the rosary for everybody on Facebook Live. He's an amazing cook. We know he can sing too, and a very, very proud alumni of the UOG music program over there under your tutelage, Doc.
Well, I remember Glenn, of course, and there is an OG Facebook page with a lot of people there from the 90s have joined. Back then, I used to travel with bands during the summer, so I was gone entertaining drunken soldiers for the U.S. military for a decade there. So all we did was we went to Saipan in the spring, and those were the largest number I took was 106 choirs to Saipan.
Wow. And singers know how to party up in Saipan. This I know.
I was a little concerned when I saw people were packing their mixers to make margaritas. But it was always a great trip. That was sort. Now these guys being later, they get to go on better trips. Now we had a trip planned for Italy that's been postponed. That was in June of 2020. Now it's postponed to and if it doesn't happen, then we'll do it in 2022. But we've been four or five times, and Thailand a few times. So we do a little bit more longer tours because we can use part of the summer since the military decided I was too old to entertain soldiers, so I don't work during the summer anymore.
Oh, come on, Doc. I mean, if they get If they get USO tours, they can certainly have you out there. They got Bob doing performances. They can certainly get you out there. But I mean, even if you guys may not physically be able to bring your talent around and everything like that, yeah, I mean, in some small way, you're using technology, and we're happy to bring it to the world and let people know just the amazing amount of talent and passion that there is on Guam. And you guys are really doing what you can and using your gift to take care of our community in your own special way. And for that, we are infinitely appreciative.
Well, it's been I'm always happy that I have enough really reliable and talented students every year to be able to keep doing this. This has been 28 years of a lot of fun, and so anyway, keeping it.
Okay, I do have one teensy tiny little request, guys, and there's this could go wrong in 500 different ways, but I say we at least have to give it that UOG try, right? That college try. Can we at least get you guys to attempt to sing on Zoom? We've had individual performers before, but could we get you guys to do maybe 4-part harmony for at least a verse of a song? Give people a little sneak peek of what they can expect to see at your Christmas concert. I love saying that. Quarantine Christmas concert. Somewhere, somehow, Shirley Temple is smiling right now hearing that.
Well, we don't have all the parts covered here. We're missing the soprano. We got and the tenor. We've got a couple of baritones and an alto. So I think people better show up for the listen to the concert. We've gotten so used to fixing all of our mistakes.
Fair enough.
We've had a year now of just being able to make mistakes with impunity and fixing them electronically. So,
well, if it helps any, I mean, I'm 46 years old and I just went through puberty last year, so I might be able to still do the soprano part, but we never know. But I mean, totally respect the craft, though. I mean, you guys are either going to go all out or not at all, so I completely respect that.
Andy's a great singer too. We actually did one of the Malfunction tunes. And we brought that out with the group again. My Island.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh jeez.
Fired this last year. It was good fun.
Decades ago.
We ought to make an album of Malfunction tunes, and I can arrange them and give them out to the high schools. They can all sing those songs. They're hilarious. Those are really creative stuff.
All right, guys, but we are getting near the top of the hour, so thank you again. We'll shoot you the YouTube clip of this interview once we're done with the show, so that you guys can send it out on your social media, and we'll make sure to share your links as well. Good luck, break a leg in your concert, man. We all of us here at the Link and at Team KUM, we are huge fans of yours, each and every one of us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, happy holidays, guys.
And
Bree, that was incredible.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to watch it. Maybe
My
I'll
jackal
stream it.
Background is my analogy for 2020.
Nice.
Dead inside.
All right. Well, that is the show for today. Merry
Thanks,
Christmas.
Bree.
Merry
Hey,
Christmas.
Jason.
Happy holidays, guys.
Merry Christmas.
And you know, we do have a comment in here. I believe this was from Glenn too, and he said maybe he's summing up not just today's show, but today in short and everything. He goes, Happy Vaccination Day, Guam.
It's history. I mean, we made history today. I mean, what a day on the show.
Let's get that vaccination, please.
Right. Join the Vaxit Nation.
Yeah.
Back.
You get it? Okay, I don't get it. All right. No.
Joe sir got it. No.
Okay.
Okay, well, there was a lot we covered today, guys, and thank you for being along with the ride. It's a safe place here, and we are all hanging out, one family, one community here on the Link, and it's our duty, honor, and privilege to have each and every one of you along. If you're on for a couple minutes or if you're on for the entire show, we appreciate you each so very much, and we got the easiest job in the world, just doing the show and helping you guys out.
All right.
So we're back here tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock.
On a Friday.
On a Friday.
All
All
right.
right. Have a safe day, everybody.
And we got some more. We got some more music to end the show, right? We got a special
Yes,
treat.
we do.
Okay, and this is our friend Joe Guam, who's taking us out. So thanks so much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Half a Day Holiday Cheer is brought to you by Guam Windward Memorial.
I heard about
Half a Day Holiday Cheer is brought to you by Guam Windward Memorial.
I heard about this baby boy who's come to earth to bring us joy, and I just wanna sing this song to you. It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift. Every breath I'm singing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Couple came to Bethlehem, expecting a child. They searched the inn to find a place, for you were coming soon. There was no place for them to stay, so in a manger filled with hay, God's only Son was born. Oh, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. A star shone bright up in the east. To Bethlehem the wise men three came many miles and journeyed long for you, into the place at which you were. There frankincense, gold and myrrh they gave to you, and cried out hallelujah, Alleluia, 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 Alleluia. Alleluia, 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 Alleluia. You came down to set us free from all our sins eternally. Our Savior who died so we'd have life. They crucified and tortured you. That heavy cross held my sins too. Still every breath you drew was Alleluia, 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 Alleluia.